My two best friends were just murdered. Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Martell ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands, a Court TV original series. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.
I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child got badly.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
This is official that they're dead?
Is that the last time you talked to him?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
There was blood, there was brain, skull, hair, and there's nothing on him.
You got enough evidence to convict Alec Murdaugh. Where is it?
My son was in a boat wreck a few months back.
Who was the last person you saw driving?
I'm pretty sure it's Paul.
He's not broke by anybody's standards.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken. And I lied about being down there.
I wouldn't have defended Alec if I believed for 1 minute he killed Paul. I can tell you that much.
Did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out?
No, I did not. I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paw.
When the life of Alec Murdaugh began to unravel, it brought down a South Carolina legal dynasty of power and influence going back decades. After years of drug use and stealing millions from friends and clients, Murdaugh would find himself accused of the unthinkable, the murders of his wife Maggie and youngest son Paul. This is Victim to Verdict. 70 miles west of Charleston is South Carolina's Low Country, a mix of small towns and open space. It includes a 1,700-acre property at 4147 Moselle Road, owned in June of 2021 by the Murdaugh family, Alec and Maggie and their sons, Buster and Paul.
Moselle was their most recent property, and it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything, and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
The Murdaughs owned several properties, but Moselle was a favorite, especially for Alec and Paul.
I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day.
He loved outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around. Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
That's Paul's laugh just before 8 o'clock Monday evening, June 7th, 2021, recording his father, Alec.
What you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright.
Just over an hour later, Paul and his mother, Maggie, were dead.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alec Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child got badly.
There was a caller who stated he had found his wife and son shot.
Sergeant Daniel Green, with his body camera rolling, was one of the first on scene.
I could see Mr. Murdaugh down at the end of the driveway. As I approached toward him, I could see the male victim laying on the ground to my left, as well as the female victim on the ground to my right.
The scene is secured. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay, yes, sir, I see that. Okay.
After telling Sergeant Green about a shotgun he grabbed for protection,
that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it.
Alec shared with the sergeant who he thought killed his wife and son.
His immediate reaction was to start telling me about an incident that had happened with his son with a boating accident.
From inside the house?
Sir, yes, sir. I went and got, this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back, He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting like punched. I know that's what it is.
Alec had also mentioned that boat crash to the 911 operator.
He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months.
There was something else Sergeant Green said he noticed about Alec.
He did not appear to be crying. He was upset, but I did not see any visible tears.
Captain Jason Chapman and Detective Laura Rutland arrive on scene a short time later.
The first thing that stood out to me was his clothes. He was so clean because it was a very graphic scene. It was a mess around Paul. It was soaking wet. There was blood. There was brain, skull, hair. And he had said that he tried to turn him over and he checked him, and there's nothing on him.
We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? We can see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet. That was simply because we're trying to determine, do we have somebody in the woods? Where are the weapons? Was it a murder-suicide? Was it just a straight murder?
Somebody going to check him?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check him?
Yes, sir.
This is official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Both Maggie and Paul had been shot in the head. Paul with a shotgun, Maggie with a blackout rifle. Maggie Murdaugh was 52. Paul was 22.
She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. Paul was a sweet, sweet boy.
There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So in my view, everybody was a suspect.
Investigators recorded an initial interview with Alec, and for the third time, he brought up the boat accident.
What comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that.
While investigators may have been zeroing in on Alec Murdaugh, his family and friends, including his brothers and son Buster, were immediately by his side.
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. Distraught. Everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried.
For those that knew the Murdaugh family and really knew Alec, there was just no way he could kill Maggie and Paul.
They loved each other. I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids.
From your observation, how would you describe Alec's relationship with Maggie?
It was good. It wasn't perfect, but Maggie was happy.
And how would you describe Alec's relationship with Paul?
They had a very good relationship. They're kind of best friends in a way.
It would take a lot more to convince the family that he did it. They knew how he cared and loved for Maggie and Paul and Buster, and then they were his life. His head was blown off. No father could do that to the son, and I can assure you, no Murdaugh could do it to a Murdaugh.
Coming up, the boat accident.
Who was the last person you saw driving?
I'm pretty sure it's Paul.
And Alec Murdaugh's secret life exposed.
He told me that he had been addicted to opioids. He had been stealing money from his clients in the firm.
Plus, the timeline and the video that would change everything.
Hey, Bubba.
We explored all various possibilities, but the roads all came back to Alec.
When's the last time you talked to Maggie? an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Alec Murdaugh claimed he had an alibi the night his wife and son were shot to death. In 3 interviews with South Carolina law enforcement, Murdaugh said after having dinner with Maggie and Paul, they went down to the kennels and he stayed behind, taking a nap in the house before leaving to visit his mother, who has Alzheimer's.
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay.
I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's.
When the dispatcher asked you when was the last time you saw Maggie or told Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
I think that's probably about right.
Every time he gave a time reference, he was off, but he always said, my phone, you can get it from my phone.
When y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's.
Investigators relied less on Alec and more on hard evidence, which included the Murdaugh family phones and the movements from his Chevy Suburban.
The cell phone and GPS records in this case were so important, especially when you compare it to Alec Murdaugh's version of events. Sometimes it helped him out, it matched up with his story, but other times it didn't.
According to cell phone records, Alec arrived at the Moselle property at 6:42 p.m. This as Maggie was making her way to Moselle from the family beach house in Edisto. Paul, meanwhile, arrives a little after 7 p.m.
We rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property.
At 7:39, Paul records Alec working with a tree on the property. Paul sends that video on Snapchat about 15 minutes later at 7:56, showing Alec wearing a blue button-up shirt and khaki pants, a completely different outfit from the shorts and t-shirt he was wearing when police arrived on scene.
Paul's Snapchat video is crucial to the case, not only for the timeline of events on the day of the murders, but also for what Alec Murdaugh is wearing in that video.
At what point in the evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
Maggie arrives at Moselle at 8:17. Alec claims the family had dinner together in the house, and then Maggie and Paul went to the kennels.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too. I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay.
Alec's cell phone records him taking 283 steps just before getting into his Chevy Suburban at 9:07 p.m. He would arrive at his parents' home in Alameda at 9:22.
Checked on my mom, talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know,
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
Inside the home at Alameda, along with his mother, was Shelley Smith, a caretaker who had been working with Alec's ailing parents for years. She told investigators that Alex was there and stayed for about 20 minutes.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Alec leaves Alameda at 9:43 and makes it back to Moselle at 10 p.m., reaching a max speed of 80 miles per hour. 5 minutes later, Alec drives to the kennels and calls 911 within 20 seconds of pulling up.
This is Alec Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to ambulance immediately. My wife and child got badly.
We know Alec called 911 within 20 seconds of pulling up to the kennels, but he told the 911 dispatcher that he had already checked the bodies of Maggie and Paul.
I'd already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Alec's phone, for the most part, matches his story, but his son Paul's phone would destroy it, and Alex's claim that he was never at the dog kennels the night of the murders.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth!
At 8:44, Paul Murdaugh records this video at the dog kennels, and anyone who was familiar with the Murdaughs could identify three voices: Paul, Maggie, and Alec.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash.
It's hard to get around, being at the murder scene with the victims just moments before they died and then lying about it. What innocent person does that? And of course, we explored all various possibilities, but the roads all came back to Alec.
The kennel video in and of itself is favorable evidence for Alec. It just depicts a family down at the kennels. There's no tension, there's no fight, there's no anger, there's no threats, there's no nothing. Under the state's theory, within minutes of that, Alec guns his wife and son down. For what reason? Still no one can give it a reason.
You think I feel Paul? I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time. So does that mean that I am a suspect? You were still in this.
Alec Murdaugh being the husband and the first person to call, naturally you have to ask those questions. And they worked hard to get him out of the circle. And as he continues to talk, his stories just don't make sense.
Coming up, Alec Murdaugh's life begins to unravel.
I was already struggling with bills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
David Trones claimed to be a millionaire, but when his wife realized it was a lie, she ended up dead in her bathroom.
You have fake cried over this woman's death.
Now he stands trial for her brutal murder. The Bathtub Murder Trial, weekday mornings on Court TV.
Hampton County 911 was an emergency. I got a flat tire, and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me. And when I turned my back, they tried to shoot me.
This is Alec Murdaugh after calling 911 3 months after the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. Murdaugh claims he's been shot in the head along the side of a road a few miles from his home.
You need EMS? Yes, I can't drive. Okay, and I'm bleeding a lot.
At first, it might seem that the person responsible for the murder of Alec's wife and son were now after him. But that would not be the case.
There is a man on the side of the road with blood all over him, and he's waving his hands. He looks fine, but it kind of looks like a setup, so we didn't stop.
Months after the murder of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, Alec's life began to spiral out of control. Murdaugh was forced to resign from his family law firm for stealing client funds. Then, on September 6th, 2021, Alec announced he was admitting himself into a rehab facility to treat decades of drug abuse. Murdaugh would then admit that he asked this man, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him on the side of the road so that his surviving son, Buster, could collect a $10 million life insurance policy. Shortly after, Alec Murdaugh would be arrested for fraud.
Your Honor, he has had a tremendous opioid addiction. The death of his wife and son have put him over the edge in terms of that addiction, and that is why one of the major reasons he's considering having himself killed.
The arrest would set off a chain of events leading to several more charges of financial crimes. Then, on July 14th, 2021, over a year and a half after the murder of his wife and son, Alec was charged for fatally shooting Maggie with a rifle and Paul with a shotgun.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you kill your wife and son? If you didn't do it, who did?
In July of 2022, Alec Murdaugh, accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul, appeared before Judge Clifton Newman for an arraignment.
What say you, Richard Alec Murdaugh? Are you guilty or not guilty?
The sight of a Murdaugh in handcuffs was for many hard to believe.
How shall you be tried?
By God and my country.
The Murdaugh name for decades has been synonymous with wealth, power, and the law. Dating back 86 years, Murdaugh has been the top prosecutor for the 14th District of South Carolina, all the way up until Alex's father, Randolph III, retired in 2006. There were even Murdaugh portraits hanging in the courtroom, which Judge Newman had to remove.
Mr. Murdaugh's grandfather's portrait hangs in the courtroom. It should be removed.
Alec Murdaugh attended the University of South Carolina. It's where he met his wife, Maggie. The two were married in 1993, the year Alec graduated from law school. In 1996, their first son, Buster, was born, and 3 years later, their son, Paul. While Alec was never solicitor, he did prosecute a few cases with his father and had a prosecutor's badge that he carried with him.
And who gave you that badge?
My father. I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement. I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
Besides the drugs and the financial crimes, there was also the boat crash.
What bridge is Paul, what bridge is this? Paul, what bridge?
911, where's your emergency? Hello? Police, fire, EMS. Hello?
February 24th, 2019, at 2:30 in the morning, Paul Murdaugh and 5 of his friends in a boat owned by the Murdaughs crashed into a bridge.
We're in a boat crash on Arthur Street.
Whereabouts on Arthur Street?
In Arthur Street, the only bridge on Arthur Street.
What's going on?
We're in a boat crash. Female Mallory Beach is missing.
19-year-old Mallory Beach was thrown from the boat and died. Her body wasn't recovered until a week after the accident. Paul Murdaugh would face criminal charges, and the family of Mallory Beach was coming after the Murdaughs.
The Beaches wanted accountability from Alec, and they weren't going to stop with anything less.
On the day of the boat crash, there's surveillance video that captures Paul at a convenience store, and he uses his brother Buster's ID to purchase alcohol. And on his way out, he raises his arms and seems to be celebrating.
According to friends, after a night of drinking at a house party, the group was back on the boat. Surveillance video shows the group making a stop in downtown Beaufort, South Carolina. According to Miley Altman, who was on the boat, that stop was Paul's idea to get more alcohol.
Like at first, we didn't want to go, but Paul was like, you could kind of tell he was a little drunk and he wanted to go. And Morgan, that's his girlfriend, Morgan, they kind of got into it, fighting about it, and he was like, he just was very persistent about going up to Luther's and getting shot.
As the rest of the group waited outside, Paul Murdaugh and Connor Cook went into a bar and consumed shots of alcohol. Paul, at this point, according to his friends, was extremely intoxicated.
He gets drunk a lot, and it's just kind of like he just is a whole other person when he's drunk. And he does this thing with his hands where he spreads them apart and he can't keep them together.
That's Mallory Beach with her boyfriend, Anthony Cook, walking back to the boat.
In the video, there's this moment where Mallory Beach is with her boyfriend, Anthony Cook. They're having a good time. They're on their way back to the boat, and it's just heartbreaking to watch because we know that's the last hour of her life.
Once on board, friends say Paul began fighting over who should be driving.
No, he was yelling at Paul, and Paul was just like I said earlier, when he's drunk, he's determined to do something. He wouldn't let anybody else drive, and then Mallory wanted Anthony to drive. And
who wanted Anthony?
Mallory.
Okay.
The one who was sitting next to him. He's like, I want Anthony to drive, and Anthony was like, let me drive. And Paul was like, no, I'm not gonna let you drive. Because this is my boat.
Y'all know Alec Murdaugh?
Yeah, I know that name.
That's his son.
So driving the boat?
Good luck.
After the crash, Alec Murdaugh and his father, Randolph Murdaugh, showed up at the hospital. Alec had his solicitor badge out for everybody to see as he went room to room.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids? The other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah. I talked to some of them.
According to statements from hospital staff, Paul was, quote, loud and rude and was cursing at ER staff. And Alec was, quote, walking throughout the ER trying to talk to all patients involved, introducing himself to ER staff. And told one of the kids, quote, we will figure this out. It will all be okay.
At this point, prosecutors believe that Alec was there for a couple of reasons. First, to defuse the situation, but also making the rounds, trying to establish that his son Paul was not the driver of that boat when it crashed.
On April 18th, 2019, on what would have been Mallory Beach's 20th birthday, Paul Murdaugh was charged with 3 felonies in connection with the boat case. He pled not guilty and was released on bond.
You know, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat.
Coming up, the world watches as Alec Murdaugh goes on trial.
Everybody knows the Murdaughs. You know, it's a household name that's been here forever.
There's a tragic outcome in this case.
Civil trial that is the focus of the Netflix documentary, Take Care of Maya.
How a misdiagnosis tore their family apart.
They continue to accuse Jack and Beata of being child abusers.
Jack called me and said Beata just hung herself.
Is the hospital they're suing responsible for what happened?
The Take Care of Maya trial. Trial coverage weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
A year and a half after Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec Murdaugh was brought to the Colleton County, South Carolina courthouse to stand trial for the murders of his wife and son.
I'm a native South Carolinian, so I've been following the case. I know the Low Country well, and we're retired, so we had time to come down and just kind of participate, I guess.
I've just really gotten so obsessed with this. It's my first retirement adventure, and so I want to see the completion.
He walked in the room and my heart just like sank. It was so crazy. That was very cool, but kind of eerie at the same time.
The trial began with opening statements, each side telling a very different story about Alec Murdaugh.
The evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them. They died as a result.
This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. They decided that night he did it.
Men kill spouses too frequently. Men don't kill their adult sons very frequently unless it's like some argument. And there was no argument here. There's no fight here. And it's just, you know, it's mind-boggling how people think that Alec, who loved his family and that was his life, would have executed his son. And then for what reason?
Something else that didn't make sense. Paul was murdered with a shotgun, Maggie with a blackout rifle. Why would Alec or anyone else use 2 guns?
Big question. 1 shooter or 2? 2 guns, shotgun and an AR. Was there enough time to kill Paul and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were 2 people.
During the trial, both sides brought in experts to reconstruct the crime scene, offering different opinions on everything from where the shooter or shooters were standing to how tall they were.
One explanation would be 2 shooters. I'm sorry? Yes. I wasn't there. No. But it is a reasonable explanation, just like 1 shooter running up that way, correct?
This thing with the shooters being 5'2" or 5'4", you can't determine that from what our expert had said. And for somebody to try to determine the height seemed to just go a little too far.
Is it your expert opinion that A 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul.
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
Can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
Well, I wouldn't have defended Alex if I believed for 1 minute he killed Paul. I can tell you that much. I would not have done that. And so that's what I believed then. That's what I believe now.
Prosecutors argued that Murdaugh's life was unraveling. He was a drug addict who'd been stealing money from clients and his law partners for years. And Paul's boating accident, they argued, might have been the final straw.
Did he confess to you the truth of his life, that those of whom were close to him, no one knew?
He confessed to me things about him that I didn't know.
And you had no idea about any of that?
No, sir.
And he said it had been going on for years, the reality of his life.
He told me that he had been addicted to opioids, and I think he said either 420 or over 20 years.
But I think he did love Maggie. I think he did love Paul. But to sustain his lifestyle, his way of living, the person he really cared about most was Alex.
This case was unlike a normal murder case. You know, if Alec wasn't the killer, he would be our first witness, the grieving father who uncovered this scene. The murder case and the white-collar cases really started to converge and come to a peak.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alec's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy.
You may call your next witness.
Then Alec Murdaugh decided to take the stand.
When a defendant takes the stand to testify, it changes everything. And that was certainly the case in this trial.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a .300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients?
I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine, and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it.
Judge Newman's decision to allow in all of the financial crimes of Alec Murdaugh was huge. This allowed prosecutors to show to the jury that Alec Murdaugh was a habitual liar and had been so for years.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them.
In 2019 alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong.
Murdaugh admitted to years of lying and stealing, but maintained he would never murder his wife and son. But what about that kennel video?
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Blah,
Were you, in fact, at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Alec gets on the witness stand and he admits that he's lied. He's lied about the financial schemes. He lied about being at the kennels. That is him in the kennel video. But then he wants the jury to believe him in that moment, believe him when he says he didn't murder his wife and his son.
Alec, why did you lie?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid, thinking That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts.
He has a long history of deception, and it goes to show just how much was on the line and what kind of stresses were on Mr. Murdaugh on June 7th.
Then it was time for closing arguments.
He's lied to everyone close to him, and he's good at it. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul, too. And they paid for it with their lives.
You've heard weeks testimony about Alec's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
Coming up, the verdict.
I understand that there's a verdict. You may bring the jury.
And the Honorable Judge Clifton Newman.
I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep.
Less than 3 hours after getting the case, the jury, deciding the fate of Alec Murdaugh, announced that they had reached a verdict.
Less than 3 hours, we had a verdict. Everyone outside the courthouse was a little surprised. The media rushed inside to grab a seat in the courtroom, but a lot of the members of the public who'd been there day in and day out filling the gallery had gone home for the evening, didn't realize that it would take such a short amount of time for this jury to reach a verdict, including some of the members of the Murdaugh family. They weren't able to make it back in time to actually watch the verdict unfold.
Be seated.
I understand that there's a verdict. You may bring the jury.
Inside the courtroom, as we all waited for this momentous verdict, you could hear a pin drop. The bailiff had warned the gallery, no audible reaction once the verdict was read.
I'm a realist, and I thought, well, this is really bad. But then I'm thinking, you know, I've had juries come back in shorter time with a defense verdict, and maybe this is one of those cases. And so I did have hope.
The defendant will rise. Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdict.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Verdict, guilty.
There was no emotion from Alec Murdaugh during the reading of the verdict. A defendant who at times seemed to really sob during the testimony of the trial, stoic as his fate was read in front of everyone.
When Ms. Becky read that verdict, I think that the thing that instantly came into my mind was, I'm so glad I didn't put this whole team through all of this work and then we not get the result that we thought was appropriate. And I think you saw me go down the line and hug everybody on the team, and you saw some tears come out, and that was that sense from all of us.
One of the most memorable moments of the Alec Murdaugh verdict was when the judge remanded him into the custody of the sheriff's department. He turns and he looks into the gallery. He makes eye contact with his son, Buster. He mouths, "I love you," and then he's handcuffed. We can all hear the handcuffs clicking, and then he turns to walk out in front of the jury that just convicted him of double murder.
You know, I'm confident that the jury didn't believe Alec's explanation for lying about being down there, because they had been hearing 2.5 weeks of testimony about how he lied to his clients to steal money, how he lied to his partners to their face, and how he is a accomplished liar. And when it comes time for him to tell why he lied, I mean, he's not believable. He was disappointed, but he wasn't totally surprised. I mean, going into it, he questioned whether he could get a fair trial in this climate.
Today's verdict proves that no one, no matter who you are in society, is above the law. And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
If we put up 1,000 pieces of evidence before a jury and they want to pick on 1 or 2 or 3 pieces of evidence, that means there's 997 pieces of evidence that they got right and that the jury relied on to convict Alec Murdaugh.
We got justice, which I think is what was entitled. It's sad because there's lost, poor Buster's out there, has lost a family, and we all feel that.
The next day, Alec Murdaugh was back in the courtroom, standing in his jail clothing and sticking to his story.
Alec, how does Buster feel about your guilty? How does Buster feel about you being found guilty?
Alec Murdaugh, now a convicted double murderer, walks into the courtroom for sentencing day wearing jailhouse garb, his demeanor much more deflated. You could tell that he was a little bit more defeated as he walked in, that he stood to listen to the judge and to hear what his fate would be.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Then it was time for Judge Clifton Newman to impose the sentence.
Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come to the court for sentencing. This has been perhaps one of the most troubling cases, not just for me as a judge, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we've seen based on the media coverage there throughout the nation, it was especially heartbreaking for me to see you go in the media from being a grieving father who lost a wife and a son to being the person indicted and convicted of killing them. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you.
All day and every night.
Yeah, I'm sure. And they will continue to do so.
Judge Newman directly speaks to Alec Murdaugh before formally sentencing him, almost as if he wants to engage in a conversation about what happened to Maggie and Paul. But Alec Murdaugh's not buying it. He remains defiant. All he will really say is that he is innocent and he did not kill his wife and son.
I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paul.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become. Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Carry forth on the imposition.
you know, we're just moving forward. That was one step of the process. We'd hoped that would be the end of the process on the murder charges, but it wasn't. So right now we are preparing for an appeal. That's where we are.
People can speculate, you know, and they have tried to speculate about, you know, Mexican cartels and all this other stuff. There was absolutely no evidence of any of that. The perfect storm that arrived was Alec.
It will be an uphill battle on a retrial, and that Alec's best chance of being ultimately acquitted of these murders is finding out who actually did it.
I'd never obviously been in war, but that's what I would imagine war to be. It was just horrible.
There was a car that drove through.
I could see that the driver was staring straight ahead. Could have clearly seen that they were running over people.
Put your hands up! Hands up!
You heard how my story ends. That's all I've been thinking about.
Mr. Brooks insisted on representing himself in this trial.
And I do not consent or agree to being called that name.
Stop gesturing at me. Stop rolling your eyes.
Judge, do you hold the full judicial
Brooks,
power of the state, or is this the military
All right, can
power?
you please take the jury out? I will give you the warning. You will forfeit your right to be in the courtroom today.
Let's talk in the courtroom.
When Darrell Brooks drove his red SUV through the Waukesha, Wisconsin holiday parade, he killed 6 people and injured more than 60 others. But that wasn't all. He would extend that chaos he created at the parade into a Wisconsin courtroom in one of the most bizarre trials in American judicial history. This is Victim to Verdict. About 20 minutes west of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, sits the city of Waukesha, a growing community nestled on the shores of the Fox River with award-winning parks and a historic downtown.
I would say it's one of the best downtowns in the country, believe it or not.
The city's downtown district hosts concerts, farmers markets, a scenic river walk, and its annual Christmas parade.
The Christmas parade has been a tradition for nearly 60 years. People brave the cold Wisconsin weather. They stand on the side of the road and they celebrate together.
The community gathered on November 21st, 2021, on the sidewalks of Main Street to hear the festive music and watch the parade, which included the beloved group, the Dancing Grannies.
We were like sisters. We were a sisterhood. We do lots of parades. We do about 21 of them in summer and about 5 to 6 in winter.
I was there with 3 of my 4 children, one of which was playing on my baseball team.
It was somewhat cold, so we had different, trying to stay generally speaking warm. We had some little, very small kind of lights that were kind of carrying that sense of kind of bringing the light of Christ into Christmas.
The parade went from celebration to chaos in a matter of seconds when a red SUV Ford Escape started barreling down Main Street.
This all happened so fast and without warning.
I don't believe what I just saw. A car just came through and hit people.
There was a whole bunch of little kids standing right in the road. He ran right over them.
It went from this wholesome event to complete chaos. There were reports of shots fired.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Come on. Shots fired.
We just saw the red SUV come and kind of hit people who were sitting on the side of the road, and it just went so fast, and he just flew by, and we saw his face and him hanging onto the wheel and just looking straight with his blank look on his face.
The red SUV seemed to careen through the crowd. No one seemed to be able to stop it, including police.
When I saw the red SUV traveling toward me at a high rate of speed, I used both hands and waved them overhead like this in an attempt to catch the attention of the driver. As the driver passed essentially in front of me by about 6 feet. I could see the operator of the vehicle and just a dazed, straight focused look straight ahead, not looking at anyone.
Bodies were flying in the air and people landed in front of us, and then he was gone. You could hear the sound of thump, 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 thump. You just kept hearing that sound.
It's the most terrible thing I ever heard.
Dozens of people were injured, some more seriously than others, and people with family members were desperately trying to find their loved ones. Jackson Sparks was just 8 years old. He was marching in the parade with his 12-year-old brother Tucker, representing the Waukesha Blazers youth baseball team. They were both struck by that red SUV. Tucker suffered a fractured skull. He survived, but little Jackson passed away just a few days later.
Jackson Sparks would end up being the youngest fatality that day. In addition to the Little League team, the red SUV would barrel through several groups, including a youth dance group, the Waukesha High School marching band, and the Dancing Grannies.
I didn't see them get hit because it all happened so quick that I was still dancing. And all of a sudden, I seen the red car in front of me, and I screamed either in my head or out loud. I don't know which. But I said, what is he doing? Where's he going?
It was just absolute chaos. There were civilian subjects lying on the ground in every direction I looked, screaming, yelling.
There was what I would call screaming on the radio. I was stopped by numerous people who said that their children had potentially been nicked. The worst one was a adolescent female that was laying in the road with her family around her.
I'm yelling stop and pounding on the hood and trying to get the person's attention so they can stop. The vehicle kept going. It pushed right through me.
Where it all took place. Came barreling down this road about 50 miles an hour, hit everybody who was in the parade. That's what I would imagine war to be, just bodies all over, and it was just horrible, and screams and fear and people.
In a matter of minutes, that red SUV would kill 6 people and injure more than 60 others, shocking not only the state of Wisconsin, but the entire country.
People of Waukesha were gathered to celebrate the start of a season of hope and togetherness and Thanksgiving. I'm sure all of us pray that that same spirit's going to embrace and lift up all the victims of this tragedy.
Eventually, the red SUV swerved off of Main Street, and while first responders were overwhelmed with the victims and the carnage, they knew the other priority at that moment was to find that vehicle and the driver, who, they would soon find out, was a man named Darrell Brooks.
I saw an SUV driving behind the houses on the west side of Maple. As I lost visual of the SUV was driving behind houses, I heard a crash. He came around to the front of the vehicle, looked at it, and yelled, and appeared to be panicked, went back and got items out of the driver's side of the vehicle and then ran southbound.
I thought Mr. Brooks tried jumping the fence, and that's how he lost the first sandal. And I located a children's playhouse. I located the gray hooded sweatshirt that had a multicolored design. The same sweatshirt that we believe Mr. Brooks was wearing during that parade incident.
I found on the side of my garage. I asked him what in the effing hell was he doing. It just seemed off because he was wearing a t-shirt, but he was not wearing shoes. His eyes were huge.
Police found Darrell Brooks standing on someone's front porch trying to convince him to call him an Uber.
Hey, I'll call the Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please?
About 5 o'clock, my Ring doorbell goes off, and then there's a gentleman at my front porch knocking on the door saying that they're homeless, they're cold, and they need to use my phone so that they can tell their Uber where to pick them up.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
He was illuminated by the officers with a flashlight. Mr. Brooks placed his hands in the air, stepped off the porch, stepped into the grass of the front yard, and went down onto the ground prone, chest down, entirely on his own.
He identified himself as Daryl Brooks.
Daryl Brooks was taken into custody without a fight, but when he got into a courtroom, that would change.
Coming up, Daryl Brooks in court.
Why is something always funny at that table? It would be the same thing. I'll take that as disrespect.
Plus, Judge Jennifer Duro.
I don't care if you don't like my tone. You've been pushing my buttons all day.
In November of 2021, Daryl Brooks drove his mother's red Ford SUV through the Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade, injuring over 60 people and killing 6. The question immediately for investigators was why? Was this an act of terrorism or something else? As it turned out, for Daryl Brooks, this all started with a fight with his girlfriend down the street.
A few minutes before the rampage, Daryl Brooks is down the street at Frame Park. He's getting into a fight with his ex-girlfriend and mother of his child, Erica Patterson. Erica says the fight turned physical and Daryl Brooks got in his red SUV and he took off.
We were messaging and calling each other all day. We were arguing back and forth. Me and him got into an altercation. He hit me in my eye.
I could hear him yelling at her, "I'm gonna kill you, you know, you really messed up." And I heard Erica screaming.
He was just mad. He just left very angry. He just drove off fast. He was mad they called the cops.
After being taken into custody, Daryl Brooks told police that it wasn't him at all in that red SUV and that he was only in the area because he was watching the Green Bay Packers play football with his friend.
I was meeting up with a friend to watch the Packer game. Oh. That's the only reason why I was out here.
Detectives would confront Brooks with video of him behind the wheel of the SUV, which, they pointed out, was registered to his mother. Still, he continued to deny that it was him.
Hey, you? See your face. No, that's not me.
So at this point, Mr. Brooks is offering up to Detective Stern that there's a possibility that someone else may have been driving the vehicle.
What if it wasn't me driving? What if it wasn't you? What if it was my mom's truck? But I wasn't driving.
The evidence at that point, it indicated his mother's vehicle drove through the route, that he was the individual driving through the parade route when the vehicle went through the route. And I was looking for explanations why he's not willing to do that.
What I want you to see is like watching all I'm thinking about right now is we'll talk in a second. What a hell of a journey it's been, but this is how my story ends. That's all I've been thinking about.
Daryl Brooks was charged with 6 counts of murder and dozens of other charges involving the parade. He was also charged with domestic battery involving that altercation with his girlfriend, Erica Patterson.
State of Wisconsin versus Daryl Brooks. Anytime you have a case with a large number of charges, it can be more and more complicated because what you have to do is prove up every single element of every single charge.
What nobody knew at the time of that first court appearance is how truly complicated this case was going to be because of Daryl Brooks.
Most defendants don't say anything at all. They just sit there inside the courtroom. They let their attorneys do most of the talking. But not Daryl Brooks. He had something to say about everything.
All this political, this the show. Y'all getting told what to do.
Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks.
Y'all
Mr. Brooks.
don't know nothing about where I come from.
Mr. Brooks.
Push me, dog. Don't push back then. No, I'm worried about, man, don't put your hand on me, dude.
Nobody put their hands on you.
Hey, yeah, they better not put their hand on me.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, you need to look at me for a minute, okay? It's been a long day and a half.
Put your hands off me.
We'll come back at 12:30.
Just get a walk.
The person assigned to handling this case was Chief Judge of the 3rd District of Wisconsin Circuit Courts, Judge Jennifer Duro.
Brooks decides to represent himself just a few days before jury selection begins. Judge Duro believes this is just another tactic for him to delay this trial process.
Is it your desire to represent yourself in this case?
It is. I would like to proceed in this matter pro persona.
What I had every so often were what are called pro se defendants, those who aren't represented. And what happens is it creates a wild card. You don't quite know what they're gonna do. I mean, the Sixth Amendment says you have the right to represent yourself if you want to do that. But the problem is they don't really know what they're doing.
There's no evidence before the court to suggest he has a severe mental illness, which is why, of course, I looked at the NGI evaluations, because that is competent, recent information before this court regarding his mental status and his understanding of what is going on.
The first thing that judges usually do is they want to make sure that they're competent to represent themselves. So in other words, they got to make sure that they understand that they have the right to have an attorney, that they're going to give up that right, and they're sufficiently competent in order to do so.
He is voluntarily and freely waiving the right to be represented by counsel and is making a deliberate choice to proceed without counsel, and therefore the court will grant the motion to withdraw. And from this point forward, Mr. Brooks will proceed as his own attorney.
Frequently, what we're seeing is somebody with no experience, no education, no background, no capability, no understanding of any of this, who can come in and say blindly, guess what, I can do this myself. They're going to hold them to the very same standard as if they were a lawyer.
Darrell Brooks begins the process of representing himself, and it was clear even before the trial began that this was going to be a problem, starting with jury selection, where Brooks tried to eliminate every single possible juror.
You do not have the right to be that disruptive.
Eventually, a jury was picked, and it was time for the start of trial, which, again, Darrell Brooks tried to sabotage.
On the first day of the trial, immediately, Darrell Brooks begins fighting with Judge Dorough.
Mr. Brooks, you just interrupted me within a minute of us starting this case here today.
With all due respect, Your Honor,
By saying all due respect doesn't change the fact that you're interrupting me. Your objection is noted.
She has to banish him to the courtroom next door for acting up, but that doesn't help. He continues to be out of order, delaying opening statements on the very first day.
The judge has the power to remove a defendant if that person is being a distraction. And the question frequently is, they're simply removed outright. The idea that what she did was somewhat of a half measure.
You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items. It is simply another tactic of his to disrupt, to delay, to create chaos.
Coming up, the state presents its case against Darrell Brooks.
There was a car that drove through.
And Judge Dorough does her best to try to keep the trial moving.
Stop gesturing at me. Stop rolling your eyes at me. Stop mumbling.
I'm looking right at you. I'm not rolling my eyes.
No, you have throughout.
4 University of Idaho students were found brutally murdered.
If I'm the parent of one of these poor kids, he is the boogeyman.
The Case Against Brian Kohberger premieres next Sunday night, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
In October of 2022, after numerous delays, including a decision to represent himself, Darrell Brooks stood trial for the Waukesha Christmas Parade Rampage that killed 6 and injured more than 60 others. Because of his numerous outbursts leading up to the trial, Judge Jennifer Dorough made the decision to remove Brooks at times from the main courtroom and put him into an adjacent room with a video and audio feed. He was given an objection sign, and she had a mute button. Just before opening statements, Judge Dorough invited Darrell Brooks back into the main courtroom.
I certainly am willing to have you brought back over while the state gives their opening statement. I know you're holding up your objection sign, sir. Would you like to come back to this courtroom?
So I can get sent back over here, because as soon as I say something, I'm going to get sent out.
Mr. Brooks, it's your conduct in this courtroom. It is what dictates the court's response. If you follow the rules of decorum, and courtesy and civility, you will remain.
Do you see these boxes I got right here? Do you think I was able to go through everything in those boxes?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not gonna go through this with you again where you attempt to put on the record all of these issues that you have when we're in the middle of a trial. All right? You willingly waived your right to an attorney. I made all of those findings, so we will go forward.
You made those findings.
I am not obligated to answer questions. When you ask me questions, I'm gonna mute him.
As he continued to wave his arms and object, Judge Duro went forward with the state's opening statement in the main courtroom in front of the jury without Darrell Brooks.
Thousands of people were bundling up and going downtown to watch the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade. The streets were lined with friends and family members and neighbors, people there to soak up the atmosphere. You'll see from the videos, there was a true sense of joy in the air. Darrell Brooks killed that joy. He replaced it with terror, trauma, and death. The evidence will show that he left that crime scene because he was fleeing from another one where he had laid his hands on a woman and where police involvement became inevitable. So as he careened down Main Street, swerving from curb to curb, hands glued to the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road in front of him with a silent rage on his face, he hit the gas with his red Ford Escape and used it as a battering ram over and over again, striking men, women, and kids.
Over the next several weeks, the state presented its case against Darrell Brooks. For most of it, he was in the main courtroom acting as his own attorney, which included cross-examining the state's witnesses, from lead detectives to victims and his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson.
First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
This case was so unique in many ways. The prosecution would call victim witnesses to the stand to describe what would happen. And not only do they have to sit there and look at the man who's accused, but then they had to sit there while he cross-examined them with questions that would drone on for what seemed like forever.
So you didn't say anything at all during your 30 minutes with the alleged defendant?
No, because I was crying the whole time because Mr. Brooks was yelling at me, arguing with me.
Why didn't you file a report with law enforcement on November the 20th after you alleged that you were abused?
Because I've been dealing with it for so many years, I just didn't do it. I don't see what this has anything to do with this case.
You were not drinking on both of those days that you cite, the 20th or the 21st?
The 21st.
Hold on. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I'm stopping this cross-examination. You've asked the same question, multiple questions, multiple times, and at this point, I'm going to declare that the opportunity to cross is now concluded.
I didn't know that was the same question, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, it's been asked and answered multiple times.
When Brooks cross-examined his former girlfriend, it broke my heart like it broke so many people's hearts, because the system is designed to be a shield. It's designed to protect people. It's designed to make sure that you go after those who do terrible things.
One of the most uncomfortable moments in the courtroom was when Darrell Brooks cross-examined Jeffrey Rogers, 8-year-old Jackson Sparks baseball coach.
Any reason why you would not try to identify the driver?
Because my children were about to be struck.
Any reason why you would not try to see if you can catch a license plate number?
Because people had just been hit.
There were moments inside the courtroom where the defendant seemed to want all eyes on him even more than what they already were. He would say, "Oh, I need a moment," and he would look to collect himself or dab his eyes or hold up the Bible that he would bring to court every day. He was definitely putting on a show in more ways than one.
Mr. Brooks, you may start your questioning of this witness then.
I'm sorry about that. I just needed a second. I apologize to the witnesses. A little emotional right now for me, so I apologize to the court as well for the delay.
At one point during the testimony of a dance coach who had 14 of her girls injured in the parade massacre, a prosecutor objected to Darrell Brooks' behavior.
I have to step in here and request that Mr. Brooks be instructed to stop making comments under his breath. This witness is very clearly having an emotional and difficult time testifying, and she doesn't need to hear that.
Objection, she can't hear anything I'm saying.
There were certain aspects of what Brooks did that created a lot of hatred against Mr. Brooks. This is one of the reasons you want to have a lawyer, to try to stop you from doing stupid stuff, horrible stuff, stuff that's going to get you convicted. Those are the kinds of things that put you in a cell for the rest of your life.
Coming up, it's Darrell Brooks' turn to put on his case as he forces his ex-girlfriend to come back to court.
Do you recognize these pictures?
Then, the friction between Darrell Brooks and Judge Duro hits a boiling point.
No integrity whatsoever. How can you even call yourself a
Mr.
judge?
Brooks, I need to make a record.
A brilliant law professor gunned down.
In the midst of a bitter custody battle.
Now the victim's former brother-in-law, a prominent South Florida dentist,
accused of being the mastermind behind the murder.
Florida prosecutors are setting their sights on Charlie Adelson.
3 people have already been convicted for their role in the plot.
Now, will Charlie Adelson's own words come back to haunt him?
The Dentist Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday morning on Court TV.
Darrell Brooks was accused of killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others by driving his SUV through the Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade in November of 2021. During his trial, Brooks decided to represent himself, and after weeks of testimony, the frustration level in the courtroom continued to increase as the state of Wisconsin presented its case.
We haven't addressed subject
All right,
matter
thank you.
jurisdiction yet at all.
Everyone, please be seated. The jury will
We're not gonna
disregard the
address subject
statements
matter.
Mr. Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
As this trial inched closer and closer to a conclusion, it seemed that Darrell Brooks was becoming more and more disruptive, trying to do everything he could to delay the inevitable.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So
I got the paperwork right here.
all right, I'm going to excuse the jury right now, given this disruption. Mr. Brooks, I'm going to continue with this trial, whether you believe jurisdiction has been proven or
It has not been proven for the record.
A second copy was provided to you. I know you saw it because you tore it up. Please, I'm asking you to stop. Please
You can't
listen.
just disregard the United States Constitution. Are you holding me in contempt?
I'm not answering your questions.
So then you're not holding me in contempt.
Do not interrupt me again or you will go to the other courtroom.
You could feel Judge Duro's frustration. She's trying to manage this uncontrollable defendant with the goal of moving the trial along, but at the same time, preserving his constitutional rights.
The back and forth between Judge Duro and Darrell Brooks was not only extremely frustrating for the victims' families, but also for lead prosecutor Susan Opper.
The court is well aware there's nothing that...
Hold on, sir. Stop interrupting.
This court has been abundantly patient with Mr. Brooks. He challenges the court's authority repeatedly. This court absolutely has the ability to tell him to sit down and be quiet. And you haven't done that. And I know why you haven't done that, Your Honor, and we appreciate that. He is not in control of this courtroom. You are. And he needs to respect that.
At the beginning, we were all very surprised of like, what is this and what is he doing? Over time, I hate to say it, but we just adapted and dealt with it.
At the end of the state's case, the chaos in the courtroom reached a new level when prosecutors introduced this video.
I just got a load worth about a half a ticket.
Of Darrell Brooks standing in front of that red SUV that the state says was used in the deadly rampage.
That video's relevant for a number of different reasons.
I just said that. You didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me finish.
You didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I was supposed to already come in here this morning to say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I supposed to do it?
The bottom line is you opened the door to the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
and the video was previously provided to you during discovery.
We're not talking about opening no doors. We're talking about being fair.
he did remind me of the sovereign citizen posse comitatus sort of mindset. But there was also that interesting sort of petulant child, spoiled brat sort of approach that went alongside that.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. If I don't understand, how do I know?
15 minutes.
How do I know what I'm supposed to answer if I don't understand?
Many people were getting frustrated with Judge Doro, believing that she was letting Darrell Brooks take too much control of what was happening inside the courtroom.
When the judge returned, the state rested its case, and everyone in the courtroom was bracing for what would happen next, because it was time for Darrell Brooks, who, remember, is representing himself, to put on his defense.
In his defense case, Darrell Brooks calls to the stand his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson, in what seemed like an attempt to counteract the battery charge he was facing. But it didn't really help in his favor. It was more of an attempt to really just torture his ex-girlfriend.
November 21st, 2021. Would it be fair to say that you did meet up with the alleged defendant?
Yes.
When Brooks made the decision to bring his ex-girlfriend back when he had his own case, this sort of just was salt in the wound.
I don't know if you can see him from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bail will take them. It's not proper procedure, sir.
It seemed as though Brooks, if given the opportunity, would have kept his ex on the stand for hours, but eventually, Judge Duro stepped in and stopped it.
Under my authority, under 906.11, then I will declare that his questioning of her to be closed.
With Erica Patterson now gone, Brooks now set his sight on parade spectators. His goal was to try to establish the fact that while he was running people down in that red SUV, he was honking his horn. From his point of view, he did his best to warn people to get out of the way.
I heard honking. I'm not positive if it was the red SUV or another car.
It was a red vehicle. It was honking its horn.
In his defense, Darrell Brooks called some witnesses. He called some parade spectators to what it seemed like testify that he indeed honked the horn at times or tried to slow down the vehicle at times. But you could clearly tell inside the courtroom that the jury wasn't buying it. It really was not beneficial to him at all.
The vehicle caught my attention because people started yelling, and the driver was honking the horn.
What was the gesturing?
So he was taking his hand and going like this, really rapidly, aggressively. I took that gesturing as the driver was telling people to get out of his way.
I've been in a lot of courtrooms, but I have never seen anyone like Darrell Brooks. No matter what was going on, he seemed to have a problem with it.
Seems almost as if you're recalling what you want to recall and purposely not recall.
Objection. Badgering the witness.
Yes, sustained. You do not have to answer that, and you are warned. You may not badger or argue with this witness. Next question.
Badger or argue? What do you mean?
What that really means is when you get the question out there and the witness answers that question, if you come back at them again because you don't like the answer that you got, not with anything else, but you simply raise your voice and you lean in further, or you get a little bit closer, frankly, that's badgering a witness at that point.
The last question was badgering, which is a form.
But you said
Mr. Brooks, I've made my ruling under 906.11. Please ask a question or I will stop the questioning.
How did I intimidate?
Ask your next question or the questioning of this witness will end.
How are you even a judge?
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you even a judge?
Judge Doro would ultimately close Brooks' defense case after many arguments with her and after he became unresponsive to the judge's questions.
Like, I don't even want to be in here that much longer. Just do what you got to do so I can get up out of here. I'm tired of being in the courtroom that has no integrity whatsoever. How can you even call yourself a judge?
Mr. Brooks, I need to make a record of
I need to make a record, too.
Mr. Brooks, you're being taken to the next courtroom.
Mr. Brooks, don't try to address me like that, like we cool. You don't have no integrity.
Coming up, the jury has a verdict.
Just a reminder to everyone that I do expect everyone in the courtroom to demonstrate appropriate decorum and courtesy as the verdicts are read.
Then it's the victim's turn to address Darrell Brooks.
I can only hope they lock you away someplace so deep the rats chew on your fingers at night.
After weeks of testimony and disruptions, the case against Darrell Brooks came to a head with closing arguments, but not before Brooks did his best to derail the proceedings once again.
I'm going to raise issues that the jury needs to know.
They're not
regardless.
A fair trial does not mean a defendant has unfettered rights to state whatever he wants when he wants.
We're talking about closing arguments that I said it's my right to be able to inform the jury of the truth, their duties, and their rights.
Are you going to
answer questions as a public servant on why you're making up laws that are not in the Illinois versus Allen and never utilized the mute button and never said anything about a mute button?
It is clear that Mr. Brooks has absolutely no intention of following the simple rules of decorum.
So how can you invite me to do anything?
The courtroom is to be cleared so that Mr. Brooks can be removed to the next courtroom.
A fed-up Judge Jennifer Duro had enough of Darrell Brooks and sent him to an adjacent courtroom where he could hold up his objection sign as lead prosecutor Susan Opper delivered her closing argument.
There's overwhelming evidence that this was an intentional act by Darrell Brooks and an act of utter disregard for human life. Not one person had to be hurt that day if he would have just stopped driving. It's time for Darrell Brooks to stop running. It's time for him to stop lying. It's time for him to be held accountable for his actions.
Brooks says he's going to deliver his closing argument from the heart, but he never accepts responsibility. He never apologizes to any of the parade victims. He does say that the incident was never intended.
Throughout this year, I've been called a lot of things. And to be fair, I am a lot of things. A murderer is not one of them.
There was a moment that raised a lot of eyebrows during his closing when he said his conscience was clear and that he didn't know why this was God's will for this to happen, as if he was a martyr.
For whatever mistakes that I myself have made in my life, I've made peace with God. I'm happy to say that my conscience is clear. Nobody will never know why it was his will for this to happen. And no matter how much sometimes we want to question, we have to have faith. Look inside yourself and make the right decision.
Then it was time for the jury to deliberate Darrell Brooks' fate. It took them just over 2 hours before coming back with a verdict. After everyone, including victim family members, assembled inside the courtroom, Judge Jennifer Duro stood up and read the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information.
Inside the courtroom during the reading of the verdicts, it is a packed house, victim family members, emotions at an all-time high as we sit to hear the decision for all 76 counts against Darrell Brooks. The judge starts reading the verdicts. She reads the first guilty verdict. After the second one, there was an outburst.
Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Burn in hell, you piece of...
Hey, you are to be removed right now. You will not do that. Please vote.
There is something called judicial demeanor. The idea that there are certain judges who just are wired to do this and they do this well. Judge Dora was actually one of those people. When I watched what she did, she always seemed to keep her eye on the prize. And the prize in this case was a fair, balanced trial that protected his rights.
A few weeks after being found guilty, it was time for Darrell Brooks to sit and listen and allow victim family members to say their piece, including the mother of 8-year-old Jackson Sparks, who was killed by Brooks while marching with his brother and their youth baseball team in the Christmas parade.
I want to give a voice to our son, Jackson Sparks. Our family is forever changed. We are hurt, angry, traumatized, and broken. I wish I would have known then that the hug he gave me before I went to sit down was the last hug I would ever get from him. I would have held on to him a lot longer. Being the protective big brother, Tucker blamed himself. He felt he should have tried to grab Jackson or done more to protect his little brother. It broke my heart to hear him saying these things. His little brother was taken from him. He's suddenly an only child now. He misses his little brother and his playmate. We feel this man does not deserve to see freedom in our lifetime, nor our son Tucker's lifetime.
For the first time since the trial began, Darrell Brooks was forced to sit and listen to victim and family members speak. Some of them took the opportunity to lash out at Darrell Brooks.
You are a monster. You deserve contempt and death. Sadly, with no death penalty in this state, I can only hope they lock you away someplace so deep the rats chew on your fingers at night. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave. I think it would be fair to say that for your crimes, even God hates you.
During his sentencing, Darrell Brooks' disrespectfulness inside of a courtroom is at an all-time high. As the victim impact statements are being read to the judge, he is at times laughing, clapping his hands, ignoring the speaker, reading his Bible, even patting his chest. At one point, one of those victims directly addresses Darrell's disrespect.
Please don't do that. It's so disrespectful. I've watched all day on TV, and I've watched you mock all of the victims all day. You roll your eyes and you make faces. If this was your 8-year-old daughter that someone else hit, you would have been beside yourself if someone made those faces. And you want people to have forgiveness for you and your child? You're insane. And I hope that you live in hell for the rest of your life for what you have done to all of these victims.
After the victim impact statements, it was time for Judge Duro, who for weeks was at the center of the chaos created by Darrell Brooks, to deliver her sentence. But before she did that, she broke down, talking about the youngest victim, Jackson Sparks, and the effect it had on his family, including his brother Tucker Sparks.
It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. And I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault.
Judges are human. And I think judges recognize the true loss here. People had to bury their family members, their loved ones, and he murdered them.
On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen. 1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospital. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks.
The applause that happened, does that surprise you?
I mean, you know, generally that's very frowned upon in a court setting, and it was allowed temporarily because of the magnitude of the case and the relief for the families and the community.
This is their moment. And I think there is something about respecting the process, but also respecting the people. Now, she didn't allow it to get out of hand, but I think that little piece showed some humanity and showed, I think, some thoughtfulness on her part, and something that I think was at least a small nod to a lot of people who lost something that will never come back to them.
This was a case about 69 victims whose lives will never be the same. 6 of them passed away, their families inside the courtroom, but because of the behavior of the defendant who chose to represent himself. The memory of those victims was pushed to the wayside. This was all about a defendant who continued to argue with the judge nonstop, every day, all day, throughout the trial, his antics making national headlines, and he fed off of that. He loved every moment in the spotlight.
Darrell Brooks was self-important, self-absorbed, the smartest guy in the room. Just ask him. And everybody saw that. Some things you can't hide, and when you decide to represent yourself, sometimes those are the first things you see. Oh, and the last.
Despite the pain and horror caused by Darrell Brooks' rampage, the community of Waukesha gathered the following year to celebrate the annual holiday parade.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marshall ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands, a Court TV original series. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.
The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
Ahmaud Arbery was chased, hunted down, and ultimately executed.
I told him stop until he hit me. I had nothing to do. I just nothing else I can do.
Our position is he's committed no crime. He was a patriotic American citizen doing what anybody would have done that day.
All he's done is run away from you.
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him.
You think we are this small southern town, but we've got this race thing licked, you know? We're not those people.
We don't want any more black pastors coming in here.
This has been the most racist, languaged court case that I've witnessed.
When they couldn't sufficiently scare him or intimidate him, they killed him.
A jury of 11 whites and one black in the deep south stood up in the courtroom and said that black lives do matter.
His name was Ahmaud Arbery, and his murder was called by some a modern-day lynching. The video of his final moments, which was recorded by one of the defendants in this case, sent shockwaves around the world and forced a small coastal community to confront racial intolerance. I'm Ted Rowlands, and this is Victim to Verdict, the Ahmaud Arbery case. Brunswick, Georgia is a small southern coastal city with a population of less than 20,000. The Brunswick River runs through town. High above it stands the Sydney Lanier Bridge, suspended nearly 500 feet, connecting the Golden Isles.
The Golden Isles is probably from our expansive marsh grasses. This is a very eclectic, laid-back community. People get along here.
5 miles away in Glynn County, nestled up to a much smaller waterway, the Little Satilla River, is Satilla Shores, a quiet and serene subdivision lined with Spanish moss and live oaks.
Just like a multi-class neighborhood, so there's like, retired people, they're like young couples.
Mostly white, not entirely white, middle-class neighborhood, really quiet neighborhood. A lot of people's houses back up to the marsh. They've got, boats and docks.
Satilla Shores has a street that's a loop that goes all of the way around. The homes that are along it, you can start in one place and then end up in the same place if you're driving along it. It's nestled away in this unincorporated part of Brunswick, Georgia.
There was a nearly half-acre waterfront lot on Satilla Drive that was purchased in June of 2016. An out-of-towner named Larry English was going to build his dream home. For years, because of Larry's health, the project remained unfinished. Because his lot wasn't protected, Larry decided to install cameras.
My cameras would notify me I would be 2 hours away.
and my cameras would notify me and let me know somebody was on the property.
This is a monitoring system. It's on his phone. It goes off if someone moves around in his home. So it's not continuously giving a feed of what's going on, but if there's movement in this house that's unfinished and open, he gets that alert.
It didn't take long for the alerts to start rolling in. There was a man and a woman captured on the video, kids, and then there was this man that walked in and looked around on 4 separate occasions. Nothing was ever stolen or damaged, but Larry English decided to report the trespassers to police. His new neighbors also found out after the surveillance video was posted online.
And one of the neighbors who noticed that investigation and this video were the McMichaels family.
The McMichaels lived in this home a few up from the English property on the same side of Statilla Drive. Gregory McMichael, a 64-year-old retired sheriff's investigator, lived with his wife, Allison. Their son, 34-year-old Travis, a mechanic, also lived at the home. He, too, had some law enforcement experience with his time in the Coast Guard. The McMichaels and other neighbors were not only aware of the trespassers at the home under construction, but Travis had also recently reported that one of his guns was stolen out of his pickup truck.
Gregory McMichael left Travis McMichael's truck unlocked after he went out there and somehow left the truck unlocked, and somebody broke in and went into the truck, according to the report, and stole Travis McMichael's handgun.
By February of 2020, between talk of the McMichaels' stolen gun and the trespassers at the home under construction, concern was starting to grow in Statilla Shores.
There was a post, neighborhood, Statilla Shores neighborhood post, and also our neighbors talk.
On February 23rd, sometime just after noon, about 2 miles away from Statilla Shores, in a neighborhood across the highway, 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery, who was living in this home with his mother, would leave his house on foot. His mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, had just left a few days earlier on a work trip.
And I went to his room and told him I was leaving for a couple of days and I would be back. And anytime that we depart each other, it was, I love you. And I said, I love you. And he said, I love you too. And I left. It's the last time I saw him.
Prosecutors say when Ahmaud Arbery left his home on that Sunday, he was going for a run, something that those who knew him say was a major part of his life.
Unless it was pouring rain down outside, Ahmaud was going to be running. It was a kind of freedom for him. He did it frequently, and he encouraged his friends to do it. He would run in like basketball sneakers or khaki shorts or, polo shirts sometime.
Arbery would end up in Statilla Shores. That's him on home security video walking into frame. He stops at the home under construction owned by Larry English. As he goes inside, the cameras in the house are recording. Ahmaud Marquez Arbery was born on May 8th, 1994, the youngest of 3. His family called him Quez.
Ahmaud was the baby of 3 children. Ahmaud was very compassionate. Ahmaud was the child that would come in and give me a hug and give me a kiss on the jaw, just standing in the kitchen. He was the life of the party. He wanted to make you laugh. He was my baby.
Arbery attended Brunswick High School, where he made a name for himself playing football.
You saw him give everything on the field whenever he was out there playing. Ahmaud was always the one that, hey, we can do it. It doesn't matter how tough it is.
Justin Coleman, who went on to play in the NFL, was one of Ahmaud Arbery's teammates.
He was like a comedian, and, everything he said to me was like, made me crack and laugh. He always found a way to make somebody laugh.
Like many others, Ahmaud Arbery had dreams of making it big in football, but given his size, his coach knew that likely that wasn't going to happen. After graduating high school in 2012, Arbery put his dreams of becoming a football star aside and moved 3 hours from home to attend South Georgia Technical College.
He went off to college for about a year and a half. He wanted to come home and go to work. So I allowed him to come home, and my mom made some bad choices. And I think that's when all the challenges came.
This time period is a difficult time for Ahmaud Arbery, according to his family. He is trying to find himself, doesn't have a lot of direction. And in 2013, he is having run-ins with police. He was caught on school property with a handgun. Then about 5 years after that, he was caught shoplifting.
According to the family, by late 2019, Ahmaud Arbery was working at McDonald's, but was talking about going back to school.
He wanted to be an electrician. I have 3 brothers that are electricians, and he would often go during the summers and work with them as well.
Coming up.
911, what's the address your emergency? I'm out here at Stella Shores. There's a black male running down the street.
Ahmaud Arbery chased down.
We see him come around the corner. He's going down here. We pull up beside him. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. And he just keeps on running.
When victim to verdict, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery returns.
The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
On the day that he was shot and killed, 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery can be seen on surveillance video walking up Satilla Drive in Glynn County, Georgia. He's walking, not jogging, which some people believe is important. He then enters a home that's under construction. It's a house that neighbors knew well because it had remained unfinished for years, and the owner, Larry English, had expressed concern about trespassers. Arbery spends about 4 minutes in the house, not taking or damaging anything.
He had no burglary tools, no burglary bag, no burglary mask. He had a T-shirt and shorts on.
I see a guy walking in curious about a construction site, looking around and leaving. Trespassing, as far as I know, is not a capital offense.
Ahmaud Arbery goes inside the house. That's an open house. It's under construction. There's no outside garage door. He can walk in multiple ways. Family always interprets that as, yes, he was going back to become an electrician. He was going back to school to become an electrician. And if you look, he's just sort of following the wiring. And you know, I don't know if that's what he was doing or not.
Arbery leaves the house and starts running up Satilla Drive, likely unaware that a man across the street, standing behind a tree, has been watching him and has called 911.
And you said someone's breaking into it right now?
No, it's almost open. It's under construction. And he's been caught on the camera a bunch before at night. Kind of an ongoing thing out here.
Okay, what is he doing?
He's running down the street.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get them out there. I just need to know what he was doing wrong.
She finally says, I just need you to tell me, what is he doing wrong?
I just need to know what he was doing wrong. Was he just on the premises and not supposed to be?
And the man couldn't tell her.
To this day, we don't know.
Arbery runs up Satilla Drive. It's hard to see, but the surveillance video shows him pass the McMichaels house. Then, a few moments later, a white pickup truck is seen pulling out of the McMichaels driveway.
Gregory McMichael, retired investigator with the Brunswick Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office, is out front working on his boat, and he sees Ahmaud run past. In his words from the police report we get later, he runs into his house, tells his son to get his gun.
Reverend Michael arms himself with a Smith & Wesson 686 .57 Magnum revolver. Travis Michael arms himself with a Remington 870 12-gauge shotgun.
They profiled him based on race. When you get a shotgun, that's what they use to put an elephant down when they escape from a zoo. He comes hauling ass down the street. I run in the house. I said, Travis, the same guy that broke in the house down there. I said, come on, let's go. So we pull up beside him. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. And he just keeps on running.
The father and son are now in full pursuit. That is when William Roddy Bryan sees the pursuit and decides to join in.
He's out working on his porch or something, and he screams out to them, y'all need help. They sort of nod, I don't know what they tell him. He jumps in his truck, and he joins the pursuit.
And then comes this other white guy who has no idea why they're chasing him. But he just joins right in. You know, I'm going to join in with the white guys. I'm not going to go try to help the black guy. He doesn't even know what's going on.
He was pretty involved in the chase, according to the GBI investigation. He runs him toward a ditch at one point, and he gets around him. At another point, the truck actually makes contact with Ahmaud, and Ahmaud starts running back into the neighborhood.
He's running. He's trying to get out of the neighborhood. You know, unfortunately, he doesn't know it. He doesn't realize that if he turns right, he's just going to end up going in circles. If he turns left, he's out of the neighborhood and he's free.
Ahmaud Arbery is running back down Holmes Road, away from Roddy Bryant and towards the McMichaels. He's been running from the men for almost 4 minutes. It's now that Greg McMichaels decides to call 911.
Hello. It's 911. What's the address of your emergency? I'm out here at Satilla Shores. There's a black male running down the street. Where at Satilla Shores? I don't know what street we're on.
Roddy Bryant has his cell phone out and is recording as Arbery runs towards the McMichaels. Travis is outside the driver's side door with his shotgun. Greg is in the back of the truck, still talking to the 911 operator.
Stop! What's that? Stop! Greg! Sir, hello, sir. Sir, where you at? Hello?
Slowing down the video, we see Ahmaud Arbery approach the McMichaels truck and decide to veer to the right to the passenger side, avoiding Travis, who's standing outside the driver's door with his shotgun. As Arbery comes around the front of the truck, he seems to lunge at Travis McMichael and his shotgun as the first shot is fired. Greg McMichael is standing in the back of the pickup. He drops his phone and grabs his gun. Arbery and Travis continue to fight over the shotgun as the second shot is fired out of frame. Then the third and final shot. Ahmaud Arbery staggers for a few steps before falling to the ground.
Ahmaud, for whatever reasons, charges straight at Travis McMichael, who has a shotgun in his hand, and starts trying to pull it away.
Ahmaud Arbery just tries to push the gun away from him that's facing him. He thought it was quick enough and strong enough that if this high-powered shotgun is right at his face, that he could push it away.
Coming up, the body camera.
Should we have been chasing him? I don't know. Yeah.
Then frustration for the family as the investigation stalls.
And I said, I just want to remind you that I'm not going anywhere.
When victim to verdict, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery returns.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
I thought he was okay.
The Suitcase Murder Trial. Live coverage starting Monday morning, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
You saying you can't recall what happened that night. If you were me, would you believe you?
The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's just after 1:15 on February 23rd, 2020. Just 10 minutes ago, Ahmaud Arbery was inside the home under construction. Now, he's laying on his stomach, dying in the street. The first Glenn County police officer arrives on scene almost immediately.
I rolled right up on him, man. I heard the gunshot.
Arbery is moving his leg and clearly takes a breath, but nobody is administering first aid.
Ahmaud's on the ground, essentially bleeding out. You've seen this video? He's still alive. It's chilling to watch.
And to have the body camera footage, it's incredible to see how the scene developed from a suspect there at the scene and how the officers handled it. Everyone is discussing what happened and what happens next.
All right, guys, everybody's got their weapons up, correct? Everybody's got the weapons up. Okay.
The second officer then arrives on scene. He does attempt to help Ahmaud Arbery.
Hey, he's still breathing, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to try and do something for him. Got any first aid kit?
I ain't got no first aid kit for none of that.
I'm just gonna keep my hand on him. There's nothing I can do for this gentleman. It's like a shotgun slug to the center chest. He was on his stomach when I got here. I rolled him over. He stopped breathing a couple of minutes ago.
Right here.
Do you want to put something on or what? It was obvious to me. I told my dispatch 10-7, but he took his last gasp a couple minutes ago.
According to the medical examiner, Ahmaud Arbery died of 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. The damage so severe he was pronounced dead at the scene. His body was eventually covered. The responding officers with body cameras still recording turn their attention now to the McMichaels and Roddy Bryant, who start telling their stories. Travis McMichael decides to bring up his stolen gun, which went missing nearly 2 months earlier.
We've had break-ins and my gun's stolen.
Okay.
And we caught him the other day, and Dad was outside, so I'm running.
While Travis is being investigated and questioned by police, he brings up without much provocation that his gun was stolen recently out of his pickup truck. And it's not clear that there's any connection between Ahmaud Arbery and this stolen gun, but he brings it up as if he thinks it's relevant somehow to the police's investigation.
Then Roddy Bryant proceeds to explain how he ended up getting involved in the chase.
I'm on the porch and I see him running by, and I see them come by in the white truck. I pulled out of my driveway, was gonna try to block him. He was going all around it, and I made a few moves at him.
I try to imagine being in a neighborhood and seeing my neighbors, driving after a young person, and then me feeling compelled to go get in my car and join the chase. Like why would you do that?
Yeah.
Now listen closely as Roddy Bryant talks about whether or not chasing Ahmaud Arbery was the right thing to do.
Should we have been chasing him? I don't know.
Travis McMichael, with Ahmaud Arbery's blood still on his hands and arms, explains what he says happened.
So we run out to stop him, to talk to him. He took off on the other side of the stop. He come out of the truck running at us. I told him stop, stop, stop.
While police are questioning Travis, you get this sense that there's a comfort level there. Typically, if you have a scene where 2 men are armed, another man is driving around and had been with the men who were armed, and another victim is bleeding on the ground to death, that there would be a bit more of urgency and perhaps even concern by the police about what may happen next. But it seems that they are very understanding of the McMichael situation, even some consoling of Travis McMichael having been the shooter.
If you would have stopped, this would have happened.
That's fine. That's fine. Like I said, just take a breath. I can only imagine. No, you're okay, sir. Like I said, I can only imagine. I hope I never have to understand what you feel right now.
She says at one point, I can only imagine what you've been through. What about the dead man on the road? And when is somebody going to ask, why is there a dead man in the middle of your street dying of gunshot wounds, unarmed?
Now, listen to Gregory McMichael. Make sure that the responding officers know that he is a former Glynn County DA investigator.
Yeah, I was chief investigator with the DA's office for 23 years, so I know what you got to do. I know everything, What's his name?
Leska. Officer, that's Sergeant Leska. I didn't know
Greg McMichael, who reminds the police officer, hey, man, I used to work with your police force, this, that, and the other, I know a bunch of people. From that point on, it certainly does look like it's completely a gamed system.
At some point, Gregory McMichael actually calls the acting district attorney in the county, his former boss, Jackie Johnson.
Jackie, this is Greg. Can you call me as soon as you possibly can? My friend and I have been involved in a shooting, and I need some advice right away. If you could please call me as soon as you possibly can. Thank you. Bye.
McMichael also wants to make sure that they don't put handcuffs on his son Travis when taking him in for questioning.
I know y'all will take him down.
Yeah, he's going to have the interview.
Yeah. Y'all don't put him in cuffs, are you?
No. Why would he be in cuffs?
If those were black people, they would have probably shot them, but if not, definitely mashed their face into the concrete, handcuffed them, then asked them some questions in a room where they were threatening with, 100 years.
It's a choice.
we are going to take your clothes, but we're going to let you go home and get it changed. That's why I was trying to make sure how close it was.
Absolutely. About 2 hours later, Travis and Gregory McMichael are taken to the Glynn County Police Department. The Brunswick District Attorney's Office advises investigators that no arrests are necessary. Both men are free to go home. Coming up, Ahmaud Arbery's family struggles for answers. Why was he shot?
It was hard processing it because I know Ahmaud had been running for a year and a half, and he had never encountered those type problems as far as doing a break-in and anything of that nature.
When victim of the verdict, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery returns.
This is true crime all the time.
We are live in courtrooms across the country.
We continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage.
This is what I love to do.
The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
We laid Ahmaud to rest that Saturday.
I've shared many tears. I spent a lot of restless nights, just crying, just wishing I had another conversation with Ahmaud.
In the days following Ahmaud Arbery's death, through her pain and grief, Wanda Cooper Jones's motherly instincts kick in, knowing that something was off. The story that she was told that her son was shot and killed while committing a burglary just didn't make sense, and she wanted answers.
So that Monday morning, I began to start making phone calls. I called the DA here in Brunswick, Georgia, Jackie Johnson's office.
The local district attorney in this area is Jackie Johnson. She would have had jurisdiction over this shooting investigation if charges were filed. And she immediately recused herself because she had a connection. She was the person in charge of the office when Greg McMichaels worked there as an investigator for many years.
Jackie Johnson says, I cannot be involved in this, but she does contact George Barnhill in Wayne County. And Wayne County, we know, contacted the Glynn County Police Department that day.
She just goes straight to Barnhill, which she really doesn't have the right to do. And she names him. So he takes it on the first day of the shooting. He takes it that afternoon. And by noon the next day, George Barnhill has declared that he sees no evidence that the three white men acted inappropriately in chasing or killing Ahmaud Arbery.
I spoke to the victim's advocate, and I explained that I was told that Ahmaud's case had been transferred over, and she immediately told me that she wasn't aware that a case came over from Brunswick, Georgia. The DA, which was Barnhill, he got on the phone. He told me that the case is in my office, but it's actually closed. It's going to remain closed until the toxicology report and the autopsy is received.
He orders multiple toxicology exams, not on the killers, not on Travis McMichael to see was he on anything at the time, or Greg McMichael when he impulsively and erratically says, we got to chase this guy, let's go, or Roddy Bryan when he hops into his truck to join them. There was no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery was on anything, but he has toxicology exams from done on everything, and guess what? Every single one of them negative.
I began to ask him questions, and he said, ma'am, very nonchalantly, he said, ma'am, all I can tell you is your son was shot more than once with a shotgun. And I said, I just want to remind you that I'm not going anywhere. And he said, very nonchalantly again, who told you to go anywhere?
It's not only the family of Ahmaud Arbery that's seeking information. The local media is also asking questions.
Usually more information is forthcoming from the police departments, from Brunswick or the Glynn County Police Department in situations like this. and there's just nothing more coming.
When you look back at the police report, once it was eventually released to the public, you get the sense that the police, in their narrative, essentially just wrote down what the McMichaels said happened, and they wrote that down as the facts of everything that transpired.
Several weeks would go by with no updates. The then district attorney, George Barnhill, announces he is recusing himself. But before he does, he sends this letter to law enforcement sharing his opinion that no charges should be filed in the case. He goes on to say that the reason for his recusal is because his son works at the Glynn County District Attorney's Office, the same agency that Gregory McMichael retired from. After Barnhill, the case lands in the hands of this man, Thomas Durden.
Do you trust the new prosecutor?
We're very distrustful of any prosecutor in this southeastern region of Georgia because they all know one another.
Despite the changes in prosecution, the case of Ahmaud Arbery's killing remains idle for more than 2 months. And with the coronavirus dominating the headlines, it gets little to no attention in the media until early May, when the cell phone video of Ahmaud Arbery's death surfaces on social media.
It was Tuesday, May 5th. I received a phone call from my attorney who told me that the video was out there. I haven't saw the full video. I have saw the still shot of Ahmaud, and I could see him as he's falling down.
Coming up, outrage around the world. And the McMichaels and Roddy Bryant on trial for murder.
We hit the ground running Wednesday morning, and within 36 hours, we had secured warrants for 2 individuals for felony murder.
When victim the verdict, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery returns.
Sarah Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
I thought he was okay.
The Suitcase Murder Trial. Live coverage starting Monday morning, 8/7 Central on Court TV.
You chose the place. You chose the victim. Back of the head, execution style. The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
In May of 2020, more than 2 months after Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed, no charges had been filed, and it didn't seem likely any were coming, despite the fact that investigators had seen William Roddy Bryant's cell phone video.
But the ironic thing about the video is so many people saw it. Investigators, district attorneys' offices, and no one made an immediate move to escalate this to charges.
2 district attorneys decided not to charge this. They saw the video, and they were fine with it. Ultimately, it was leaked to the public, and it was only leaked to the public that actually changed everything.
The video is going viral tonight. Everyone is talking about it.
My man was just jogging. He was just jogging.
How can you start a fight when you're going out for a jog, right?
Once that video got released to the public, everything changed. It was instant in the way that people reacted and felt that something very wrong happened here.
The most dangerous thing in America is the imagination of white people when it comes to people that look like me.
After the videos released, the case was given to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and a new prosecutor, the 4th one, took over.
We will be on it every day until the end. And we ask that as we continue to move forward in this prosecution, that you give us that trust.
Within weeks, all 3 men who chased Ahmaud Arbery, Greg and Travis McMichael, and William Roddy Bryant were charged with murder. They went on trial together the following year at the Glynn County Courthouse in Brunswick, Georgia.
We fired up and we ready to go. We fired up and won't take it no more. No peace.
At the time this went to trial, there was so much attention on what happened there in Brunswick, Georgia. There were advocacy groups who bussed people in from different places so that they could be present to witness what happened. They wanted to make sure that there was accountability for how this trial unfolded.
A high-profile trial changes everything. It's sort of like an athlete on steroids. It's stronger, it's bigger, it's faster, it's more difficult. Everything about it changes.
But in this case, all three of these defendants did everything they did based on assumptions. Not on facts, not on evidence, on assumptions. And they made decisions in their driveways based on those assumptions that took a young man's life.
On the first day of trial, there was a sense of anticipation. It was intensity inside of that courtroom. The gallery was packed. Wanda Cooper Jones had intentionally avoided seeing the video that had become viral, was everywhere on social media. Anytime she'd seen even the beginning frame of it, she would look away. But on that first day of trial, she saw the video for the first time. You could hear her reaction to it. She was audibly crying and then had to leave.
The three defendants each had their own attorneys who each had a different narrative. For Travis McMichael, the shooter, it was self-defense.
It's tragic that Ahmaud Arbery lost his life. But at that point, Travis McMichael is acting in self-defense.
While race was part of the dialogue outside of the courthouse, it wasn't allowed inside the courtroom, even though investigators found evidence of racism connected to both Travis McMichael and Roddy Bryant.
Someone sends him a video or a picture, he makes the comment, that would only be better if they'd have blown that N-words, or they'd blown that N-words head off.
I had to sit through the pretrial hearing where we heard these awful things. We also saw text messages from Travis McMichael saying he enjoyed being away from people on his boat because there were no, quote, N-words on it. It's the kind of thing that inflamed the public, and the prosecution didn't use it in the trial. And the sense you got from the prosecution was they didn't need it.
The jury also never heard what William Roddy Bryant claimed Travis McMichael said after shooting Ahmaud Arbery.
Mr. Bryan said that after the shooting took place, before police arrival, while Mr. Arbery was on the ground, that he heard Travis McMichael make the statement.
And the more horrifying thing might be that he was actually still alive, and that those would be the last two words that he heard. N-words.
To learn that after my son laid there in the streets dead, he continued to use the word that he used. Despite he had killed him, he was dead. Very, very heartbreaking.
Coming up, Travis McMichael takes the stand.
Do you want to testify?
I do.
Why?
I want to give my side of the story.
And the jury's verdict.
Madam Foreperson, I understand you have reached a verdict as to each defendant.
We have.
The following program contains graphic images and language. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greg McMichael, his son Travis, and William Roddy Bryant face murder charges for allegedly chasing down and killing 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. The trial in Glynn County, Georgia, attracted people from around the country and several high-profile African-American pastors, including Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Glynn County, never has. Obviously, there's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here.
The way that this defense attorney decided to argue that issue was not just ridiculous, it was idiocy.
That statement from Kevin Goff set off an explosive response from the community and people who are watching this case that had such strange racial undertones, that he would mention that he didn't want these civil rights icons sitting inside of the courtroom with the victim's mother. Just was a call to arms for other black pastors across the country to then come down to Brunswick, Georgia, to show even more support.
After 23 witnesses over 8 days of testimony, the prosecution rested its case. It was time for the defense, and it was then that Travis McMichael told the world that he wanted to take the stand.
Do you want to testify?
I do.
Why?
I want to give my side of the story. I want to explain what happened and to be able to say what happened from the way I see it.
Okay, well, let's do that.
I get to the front of the truck, and by the time I get to the front of the truck, he is at the front corner panel on the right-hand side, and he turns and is on me, and he grabs the shotgun, and I believe I was struck on that first instance that we made contact.
What were you thinking at that moment?
I was thinking of my son. It sounds weird, but that was the first thing that hit me.
What did you do?
I shot.
Why?
He had my gun. He struck me. It was obvious that he was. It was obvious that he was attacking me. That if he would have got this shotgun from me, then it was this is a life or death situation, and I'm going to have to stop him from doing this. So I shot.
Did he stop when you shot?
He did not.
And at this point right here, hasn't said anything to you.
No, he has not said anything yet. No, ma'am.
Hasn't verbally threatened you.
Verbally, no.
Still running with his hands at his sides.
Directly towards me, yes, ma'am.
Hasn't pulled out a gun.
Hasn't seen a gun weapon yet, no, ma'am.
And hasn't shown you a weapon this entire time.
He has not.
Hasn't said a word the entire time.
Not one time.
All he's done is run away from you.
Run past me, yes, ma'am.
And you pulled out a shotgun and pointed it at him.
After Travis was finished, Greg McMichael and William Roddy Bryant decided not to testify.
It's easy for me to say this, but Roddy should have taken the stand. The thing is when you're a co-defendant, you are the other two. You are exactly the same, and they will look at you the same. You're sitting at the same tables, arguing the same case at the same time. You have to distinguish yourself and explain to the jury, you're not those guys. And Roddy was in the perfect position. He didn't even know them.
Before the jury could decide the case, they listened to closing arguments where one of the defense attorneys said something outrageous.
Turning Ahmaud Arbery into a victim after the choices that he made does not reflect the reality of what brought Ahmaud Arbery to Satilla Shores in his khaki shorts with no socks to cover his long, dirty toenails.
During the closing arguments, when Laura Hogue makes this comment, there's almost this screeching halt that happens for everyone else who's watching the trial. It was something that had a visceral response from people in the public because her insinuation that he was in some way dirty, as if to belittle the victim, just had a really horrible effect on those who were listening and felt that that was not a way that you speak about a victim.
When you start attacking a dead young man, you're on very shaky ground.
The jury took just over 11 hours over 2 days to come to a verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty.
It's been a long fight. It's been a hard fight, but God is good.
Yes, he is.
I never saw this day back in 2020. I never thought this day would come. But you know him as Ahmaud. I know him as Quez.
Yes.
He will now rest in peace.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A jury of 11 whites and 1 black in the Deep South stood up in the courtroom and said that black lives do matter.
At sentencing, Wanda Cooper Jones had an opportunity to address the court and the 3 men convicted in her son's murder.
He was messy. He sometimes refused to wear socks or take good care of his good clothing. I wish he would have cut and cleaned his toenails before he went out for that jog that day. I guess he would have if he knew he would be murdered.
Wanda Cooper Jones launched the Ahmaud Arbery Foundation in 2020, which promotes the creation of safe spaces for black boys to run, while honoring the memory of her son, Ahmaud, and his story that's impact continues, especially in the city of Brunswick, Georgia.
If you go down in Brunswick, you won't have to look hard to find a mural of Ahmaud. You know, you think we are this small southern town, but we've got it. We've got this race thing licked, you know. We're not those people. This made people kind of reflect. Made people think about this, and you know, and are we paying enough attention to each other?
In August of 2022, the McMichaels and Roddy Bryant were also convicted for federal hate crimes. The McMichaels were sentenced to life. Roddy Bryant received 35 years. A Justice Department spokesperson said this murder was prosecuted for what it was, a brutal, racially motivated hate crime. I'm Ted Rowlands. Thanks for watching Victim to Verdict.
The following program contains graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
I touched Johnny Depp's hand. I was really lucky.
This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through.
This was a very personal lawsuit for him. Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
This is about trying to convince not just 7 people, but the whole world that you're the victim and that the other person is the perpetrator.
You have the best reputation amongst all the press. You know that? Is that right? Yeah. Oh my God. Everyone loves dealing with you.
Strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo.
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
He's the victim. She is not. I don't believe that for a second.
I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
I have faith that history won't look back on what we've done to her kindly.
Help the world, Johnny. Help him, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim of domestic violence. And
yes.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's entire 10-year relationship played out in the public eye. What once started as a Hollywood love story quickly turned toxic, which pushed the A-listers from the silver screen to a televised courtroom drama in Fairfax, Virginia. I'm Ted Rowlands. This is Victim to Verdict, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. After dropping out of high school at the age of 16, Johnny Depp set off to Los Angeles to pursue a career in music. He would end up hitting it big in Hollywood. At first, as a teen heartthrob, landing roles in movies and television, including the role of Tom Hansen in Fox's 21 Jump Street.
I was just trying to keep you from ruining your career, all right? Tom, don't walk away from me.
You sold me out, and my captain got suspended because of it.
Johnny Depp would become a household name and a global superstar after he was cast as Captain Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean.
When you look at this, the magnitude of this event that your movie has created, What word comes to mind? Insanity.
He had transitioned from the time of being a young heartthrob to then being a huge Disney star. So he really struck every chord. He's exactly what you want to be if you want to be a Hollywood A-lister.
Not only were fans invested in Johnny Depp's movies, but they also became interested in his personal life and his high-profile relationships, which over the years included Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Ellen Barkin.
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
Johnny Depp is Hollywood's ultimate it boy. I mean, he was a TV star that transitioned into a movie star who decided to become a musician on top of all of that. Everybody wanted to be him or date him. He was just Hollywood's mega hunk.
In 2009, on the set of the movie The Rum Diary, a then 46-year-old Johnny Depp met an up-and-coming actress, 23-year-old Amber Heard.
She didn't really sort of get mainstream acclaim until she starred in the 2008 stoner comedy Pineapple Express with Seth Rogen and James Franco. And that's where you can really see her career starting to make waves, which then ultimately led to the 2011 film The Rum Diary, which is where she met Johnny Depp.
Johnny and Amber's relationship became more serious in 2011 while on a press tour for The Rum Diary.
We did the first day of the press junket for The Rum Diary in Los Angeles. And right around then is when Miss Heard and I started to see each other here and there.
And now you have red lipstick. And we fell in love. And we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together.
Johnny and Amber would get married in 2015.
Johnny Depp marries Amber Heard in February of 2015. He is madly in love with her. Well, a year later, it's May of 2016 when Amber not only files for divorce, but shows up to a Los Angeles courtroom to get a restraining order against Johnny.
Waiting outside the courthouse, the media, including TMZ, they'd been tipped off and told to make sure to capture a bruise on Amber's face. This would be the beginning of the allegations of physical abuse against Johnny Depp.
Stop. You guys, she showed a lot of courage.
Are you okay, Amber? You look upset.
It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
There are no criminal charges at this point. The problem is whether there's charges or not, it doesn't make any difference because the general public sees this and all they see is wife beater. That's how Johnny Depp really starts down this path.
Johnny's career takes an extreme hit after all of this negative PR. I mean, the blogs are all talking about him. He's the bad guy. And while this is happening and he's trying to deal with this with his agents and managers, Amber's career is blowing up. She gets DC's Justice League, Aquaman. She's in this movie that everyone loved called The Danish Girl. So she's really becoming a star in her own right.
Coming up, Johnny and Amber face off in court.
I've never struck Miss Heard. I have never struck a woman in my life.
And this is horrible for me to sit here, relive everything.
We figured if he could tell his story, there was really a very small chance he could lose.
In December of 2018, Amber Heard's career was skyrocketing, while her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, was struggling ever since the allegations of domestic abuse.
Here comes the Me Too movement, which completely implodes the careers of people like Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, Matt Lauer. I mean, these guys are persona non grata. Somehow, Johnny Depp has escaped this kind of criticism, this cancellation, until Amber Heard publishes an op-ed in the Washington Post accusing someone of domestic violence.
So Amber Heard never uses his name. But does it even matter? Because everybody knows exactly what they're talking about. And this can kill a career.
The op-ed had immediate effects for Johnny Depp. Disney dropped him from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, and he also lost his role in Warner Brothers' Fantastic Beasts.
I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds, you're Quasimodo.
Now, Johnny Depp acts swiftly when it comes to these accusations. He not only sues Amber Heard for this op-ed, but he sues The Sun in the UK, this tabloid, for a headline calling him a wife beater.
He didn't do this. I didn't believe that a man in his 50s wakes up one day and starts to abuse their partner.
In the summer of 2020, Johnny Depp would go to trial against the London, England tabloid paper The Sun. There were no cameras inside the courtroom, but the international media was there, along with loyal Johnny Depp fans.
The libel case at this court here in London centred around an article in the UK's biggest tabloid, The Sun newspaper, which claimed that Johnny Depp was, quote, a wife beater.
If you follow like Twitter and all the rest of social media, like it's just everywhere. Everyone's talking about it.
I feel like people feel like they know Johnny Depp because they have grown up or like seen him all over the screens and stuff, particularly in Pirates of the Caribbean. So I feel like people tend to feel like they have that invested interest in celebrities, even if they don't know them.
He has to prove that the Sun newspaper actually printed this and knew that it was false. And that's a very, very difficult bar to reach.
Amber Heard would take the stand in the UK, testifying over 4 days, describing in intimate detail the alleged abuse that she says she suffered over 3 years in her relationship with Johnny Depp.
She talks about Johnny cutting his finger in Australia and using the blood all over the walls to write these horrific messages. There's an incident on the stairs between Johnny, Amber, and Amber's sister Whitney. And we learn throughout this process that they are both documenting each other on their cell phones.
All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
We're talking about video. We're talking about other text messages, emails, and more. It starts to provide more support, more belief, more that says Johnny Depp really is as horrible as she claims that he is.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Are you crazy?
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. 3 exclamation points. I will her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead.
In none of those texts was there any admission or suggestion that he had done any of these things.
In November of 2020, High Court Justice Andrew Niccol would rule that the allegations against Johnny Depp in the Sun's article were substantially true, and that he believed that Amber Heard was indeed the victim of, quote, sustained and multiple assaults.
It has been incredibly painful to relive the breakup of my relationship, to have my motives, my truth questioned. You have given me so much strength, and I send it back to you. Thank you.
We were very disappointed in the judgment in the UK, but there were reasons why that happened.
Coming up, another courtroom showdown. This time, the cameras capture the drama between Johnny and Amber as the world watches.
Today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case.
Plus, the spectacle outside the courthouse.
We all agreed to a system, and it's these numbers here.
The matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Terrible. Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markel.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage begins September 17th on Court TV.
I think that everyone is very interested to see whether the same outcome happens in America as it happened here.
In April of 2022, a year and a half after Johnny Depp lost his trial in the UK, he was back in a courtroom, this time in Virginia, suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation. Depp claimed that a Washington Post op-ed in which Heard implied domestic violence had derailed Johnny Depp's acting career.
This was really the ultimate showdown. Two people, two completely different versions of what was happening in that relationship. That means one thing: somebody's lying.
And this is a civil case, and it's a jury of 7. He has to convince that jury that she's a liar, and it destroyed his career. But let's be clear, they're trying to burn each other to the ground for the general public, so the world sees that this is a lie.
Johnny Depp's legal team consisted of Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez, and Jessica Myers.
This was a very personal lawsuit for him. You know, he wanted to go directly to the source. And the source of these lies, was Amber Heard.
His life is on the line, so we felt very strongly, and we felt strongly that he did not do anything remotely like this.
Because up until this point, it really had been Amber's story that was out in the world. And so we wanted him to be able to tell, you know, the world who he was.
Amber Heard was represented by seasoned civil attorneys Ben Rottenborn and the woman who was by Amber's side in the UK, Elaine Bredehoff.
I appreciate the dedication, the hard work, and support of the defense legal team, as well as my U.S. and U.K. lawyers.
Now, this case, different than the trial in the UK. In the UK, it was Johnny Depp versus the media. Here, it's Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Are we ready with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, sir.
This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's words on Johnny Depp. No one had ever in 5 decades accused Johnny Depp of being violent with a woman.
Mr. Rottenborn.
Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera. If it had been Amber's intention to use this article to detail the abuse that she suffered, believe me, the article would have looked very, very different.
The opening statements set the table. And so what you're seeing right now is really the buildup to this massive fight on both sides. And both sides are going to use everything that they've got to take down the other.
The first witness to take the stand is Johnny Depp's sister, Christy Dombrowski. She told the jurors about the abuse that she and her brother Johnny suffered at the hands of their mother.
We started from the beginning, which was Johnny's sister. Who is Johnny Depp? Who was Johnny Depp before he became the person that we all know as Johnny Depp?
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes. He was a typical little boy where if it hurt, he would cry. For the most part, you just wanted to get away from it.
By Christy sharing a little bit about their childhood and Johnny's reaction to the abuse that they both sustained, started to paint a picture of who this person was many years later when he met Miss Heard and they had conflict.
We decided that once we left, once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood.
This is the definition of a he said, she said. And for the jury, this is how they're going to make their decision. You've got to listen to the testimony of Johnny Depp, listen to the testimony of Amber Heard, and then decide, who do you believe?
All right. Your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
We figured if he could tell his story, and for once and for all, after 6 years, he can deny these allegations outright, and he can tell the story and help give the jury a reason why she would make this up. We thought that there was really a very small chance he could lose.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury why you're here today?
Today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
No.
Why are you here? My ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
She starts teasing him about a tattoo on his arm. It used to say Winona Forever. He was dating Winona Ryder at the time. He changed it to Wino Forever. Amber accuses him of slapping her.
Slapped me across the face. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch?" And he slapped me again.
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo?
We start to see stories of abuse. And Amber describes an incident when they're flying on a private plane. And he describes Johnny, drunk, under the influence, and that's when he kicks her.
I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the up. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back.
I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl. She would verbally heckle, hassle. The one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom.
The flight from Boston to Los Angeles, a big issue in this case. Now, you heard Johnny Depp's version, Amber Heard's version, but now the jury gets to hear the recording of what was actually happening. And as you listen, I mean, it's obvious to everyone that Johnny Depp is maybe a little inebriated.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal.
Let's go to
my voice,
please.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another confrontation, where she was coming out, trying to get to me, trying to hit me. Whitney stepped in front of Amber, snuck in the roundhouse.
For the record, this is an audio recording.
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
But you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a baby.
Because you start.
You're such a baby. Grow the up, Johnny.
Physical fights.
When Amber talks about the Eastern Columbia building and this incident at the stairway, this is different than what we have seen before, because this isn't just an audio tape. There's actually an eyewitness. And then that eyewitness happens to be Amber's sister.
I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
But he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had.
These were two sisters that truly cared for one another and were going to support each other no matter what.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I hate you. I hate you both, you whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing, and he starts screaming like an animal.
See my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait. I don't hesitate. I don't wait. I just, in my head, instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
One of Johnny Depp's most famous relationships is with supermodel Kate Moss. There was a story circulating that while they were dating, Depp pushed Kate down some stairs while they were on vacation together.
So as Amber Heard is describing her version of the staircase incident, she drops Kate Moss's name. And the moment she does that, you look at Ben Chu and his reaction. Oh my goodness, nobody could be happier. He's like the kid on Christmas morning because now Kate Moss has been invited to the party.
I lost my composure for a moment and did a fist bump because I knew that that was not going to be corroborated by Ms. Moss.
When Ben, did the fist pump all around the world, we didn't have her committed.
Kate Moss doesn't even make it to Virginia. She doesn't make it to the courtroom. She appears via Zoom, and the testimony is only about 10 minutes. But wow, you talk about an impact in just 10 minutes.
And there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back. He came running back to help me. He never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Unfortunately, Ms. Moss, who had never testified in any proceeding, came forward affirmatively to say that that was not the case.
Coming up, a bizarre allegation.
And on my side of the bed was human fecal matter.
Plus, two completely different versions of what happened in Australia.
I'm looking at it in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black.
The judge had issued an order where I, as the pool photographer, wasn't allowed to speak to Johnny or Amber.
Good morning, sir.
Once he realized that, he would make any joke he could to at least get some sort of response out of me.
It's not meeting like this, people will talk,
Seen you before somewhere. It's Alpaca Day. Just made breakfast for all of them this morning.
Morning,
waffles.
Good morning.
Since people are talking anyway, I brought this for you.
A quarter of a way through the trial, it was obvious that Johnny just had a huge support base.
All relatives.
The jeers aimed at Amber just got progressively worse as that went on for her.
All right.
By week 2 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, the crowds outside the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia were steadily growing, while the jurors inside the courtroom were hearing evidence and trying to decide who to believe in this he said, she said case of domestic abuse.
In December of 2015, there is a really nasty, according to Amber, altercation between her and Johnny Depp, where Johnny headbutts her and pulls huge chunks out of her head. And she was pretty upset over this because the next night, she had an interview with James Corden on CBS.
And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me. He wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again, "I f***ing hate you. I hate you. I hate you." I thought, this is how I die. He's gonna kill me now. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere.
Amber described a really awful fight where her hair gets pulled out and she says she got headbutted by Johnny. She thought her nose was broken. Now, Johnny Depp never really had to address this at all because he had Camille Vasquez, who on cross-examination goes after Amber by using James Corden as sort of the proof that nothing really happened. The next day, she's on his show.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs.
So you had a split lip when you were moving your mouth that way.
I sure did.
In those photographs.
Absolutely.
We really focused on the big lies and exposing her to be untruthful.
This is one of the first cracks you start to see in her testimony from herself. That starts to change how I think this jury of 7 starts to look at her. And I think if we go bigger than the courtroom, this is when you start seeing even more from the public, where the public is starting to say, wait a second, that makes no sense.
My dog stepped on a bee.
My child spilled my tea.
I'm right next to Key.
And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
One of the most infamous moments from the trial is when Johnny tells this crazy story about Amber Heard leaving a surprise for him in his bed. This creates the hashtag AmberTurd.
My dog stepped on a bee.
He showed me a photograph. It was human fecal matter.
Please state your name. It's Amber Laura Heard.
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was.
What was the photograph of Mr. Depp?
It was a photograph of the bed, our bed. And on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. They were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy.
Coming up, Amber breaks down on the stand telling the jury her story of sexual abuse in Australia.
I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him.
Plus, the crowd builds as the case comes to a close.
And she guided us through the maze and the brutality and the killing.
The matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Terrible. Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markell.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage begins September 17th on Court TV.
1.
You know, they say captain goes down with the ship, and if he goes down, we're going with him.
I don't know, it just kind of sucks to see him like have all this downfall from this, and then there's actual evidence that Amber actually was the one that did a lot of it.
You can just like see that he's innocent, but like when you look at her, you can kind of see like the evil in her eyes.
I came out to support Amber because there's two sides to every story. It's sad like how like she's perceived this way.
We have serial killers that get better treatment than Amber Heard.
By May of 2022, the trial was in its 3rd week, and jurors continued to hear competing stories of alleged abuse. The most disturbing allegation took place in Australia while Johnny Depp was filming another Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
He's filming the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Him and Amber have only been married a month by now, but Amber claims that this is when one of the nastiest and most vicious fights takes place.
What did Miss Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
And she could not let go of the fact that I was in on this post-nup agreement. I had been sober for many, many months. I left the room that I was hiding, went downstairs. I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there, and I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. Then she came down and of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, the monster," and all that. She walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me, and it made contact and shattered. And then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed. Being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to write with my blood, in my own blood, little reminders from our past that represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in.
When the stories moved to Australia, they became completely different. They were different for both sides, and what happened was it was so incredibly disturbing, both on the side of Amber Heard and on the side of Johnny Depp. But the problem is that you have to believe one or the other. It couldn't be both.
I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. He went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death. He was just belligerent. I don't know how the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. He gets on top of me and is just whacking me in the face. Picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. At some point, he's on top of me. I'm looking at it in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my back was on the countertops. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
There was no way to be able to predict what she was going to say during the Virginia trial. And so we had to focus on the big lies and say to the jury at the end, if she's willing to lie about a rape, she's willing to lie about anything.
And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut.
My forearms and my feet.
And your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
The cross-examination of Ms. Heard that was done, I believe, beautifully by Camille Vasquez was not intended to demonize her. It really was predicated on her own words. So the cross-examination was based on statements that Ms. Heard had made, and presenting her with some audios that she herself had made and really asking for her explanation. I don't think that's demonization. I think that's cross-examination.
We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The boxer can't go 12 rounds without a minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. I split again. I go to another bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms.
Johnny
right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Ms. Heard,
that
Ms.
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Ms.
you
Heard, that's not my question. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
This is one of the struggles that this jury of 7 has, because they have to reject one in order to accept the other. And this is where you start to see this jury start to waver.
The person that ended up in the hospital after Australia was Johnny Depp. The person with any injury was Johnny Depp. The only person with medical records in this case was Johnny Depp. It was a violent relationship, except she was the aggressor.
Coming up, the verdict and chaos as fans try to get a seat in the courtroom for the final days.
I think somebody intervened to make sure to keep me out of the courthouse.
I touched Johnny Depp's hand. I was really lucky.
I come from a little village in France called Plan de la Tour, which is the same town as Johnny Depp's house.
I'm originally from India. It's just been a month here. This is my American adventure.
She accepted $4,000 and a wristband of my own to relinquish her place in spot. I think somebody intervened to make sure to keep me out of the courthouse.
As the crowds got bigger, the tension started to grow outside the courthouse. A lot of competition to get inside. They tried to create their own set of rules, but it fell into chaos and things got a little ugly.
We're like Squid Games today. She's our life coach, and she guided us through the maze and the brutality.
We had a system for the number who come early gets a number stickers, and we know that there is a limit of 100 people. So we came as early as 7 o'clock. People coming after the numbers, they're kind of not appreciating the fact that they are not gonna get in.
It was surreal and circus-like. I mean, really with animals.
There's been a multiplication out there.
I think in the courtroom, Judge Escarati did a fantastic job of keeping order.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
After 6 weeks of testimony, it was time for both sides to present
Closing arguments.
their closing argument.
She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Mr. Rodenberg?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
It's been a 6-week trial, and this jury of 7 has to decide who's telling the truth. This is not a criminal case. This is a defamation case, but even more importantly, this is a public relations case. This is about trying to convince not just 7 people, but the whole world that you're the victim and that the other person is the perpetrator.
The remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all.
5 men, 2 women on this jury, and over the course of 13 hours, they're deliberating over 3 different days. Everybody was anticipating, what is this jury going to say? Johnny Depp's not even in town. He's playing music overseas somewhere, but it doesn't matter. This was the moment where everyone was going to stop and watch and see what this jury was going to deliver.
All right, Mr. Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury?
Yes.
We were all holding each other's hands under the table, and we're just, oh my gosh.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
When the verdict came in, our hearts were in our throats. We were hopeful, but not presumptuous, so we were really sweating it out.
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven, by clear and convincing evidence, that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes.
I believe that he was in a pub watching it, and we couldn't share that moment with him, but we did FaceTime him, and he looked like the weight of the world was off of his shoulders. And
I mean, I think it means everything to him. And it means everything to his children. You know, he did this for his children and to protect his legacy and their legacy.
Today's verdict confirms what we have said from the beginning, that the claims against Johnny Depp are defamatory and unsupported by any evidence.
We are also most pleased that the trial has resonated for so many people in the public who value truth and justice. Thank you.
This is a case where there was an allegation. It was taken seriously. Both parties got to have their day in court to adjudicate it, and that's justice.
I think that the system worked. She just didn't get the outcome she had hoped for. She had her day in court. She had her opportunity to tell her truth. The jury didn't believe her.
I think that justice was definitely served for Johnny.
I think that there was justice for Johnny Depp today, and I feel really happy.
I really think it was sensationalized, and it also shows just, how it could really affect women who might have been battered and abused. And if it's a powerful man who are loved on camera, this is really the result. And so I'm a little disturbed by it, I guess.
I hope that it sends the message that words matter, and that at the end of the day, all we have is our name, and that deserves to be protected.
The Washington Post amended the online version of Heard's op-ed, and both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard reached a settlement, dropping their appeals. Heard moved to Spain with her daughter after the trial. Johnny Depp hasn't quite regained the success of his earlier years, but still finds work as a director and is starring in a movie with Heard's former Aquaman co-star, Jason Momoa. I'm Ted Rowlands. Thanks for watching Victim to Verdict.
Tell us where the kids are. That's all I want to know.
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now."
We're gathering together as saints, as brothers and sisters, and preparing for the second coming of Christ.
She needs some serious help. I want her to get help.
You ever had something that you knew was the right thing to do, but it turns out that later on it was a felony?
I turned around and he hit me in the back of the head with a bat. I went to my room and got my gun. How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks. Hi, neighbor, sorry.
We did respond to an unattended death at the Daybell home, and Tammy Daybell was deceased.
A former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell tells the jury that Lori threatened to kill her.
Where are your kids? No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
Every minute of every day where Lori's not saying something, it's a slap in the face.
Where are my brother and sister? Can't be that hard to answer.
He fought coming into this world. He was 30 weeks old. Leave it in.
One day, he will not murder. One day.
Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine.
She made choices, horrible choices. She's going to have a miserable life.
Lori Vallow Daybell, a mother accused of orchestrating the murders of her 2 children, was motivated, according to prosecutors, by religion, love, and her attraction to a self-described doomsday prophet named Chad Daybell. This is Victim to Verdict. Rexburg, Idaho, surrounded by the Teton and Sawtooth Mountains, sits 90 minutes from the western entrance of Yellowstone National Park. The people living in this section of eastern Idaho say they're closer than most, in part because nearly everyone living here is Mormon.
It's probably the area. We're all LDS, the majority of us, and I think that's probably something that draws us all together.
So in November of 2019, when news that 2 children from a local Mormon family were missing, it immediately grabbed people's attention. Nate Sunderland is the managing editor of the East Idaho News.
People were interested in the story right from the beginning. We don't normally get missing kids news releases that are like this, and it just continued to get bigger and bigger.
16-year-old Tylee Ryan and her little brother, 7-year-old JJ Vallow, their smiles now on a missing poster, hadn't been seen in weeks, and their mother, Lori Vallow, apparently wasn't cooperating with police.
Typically, when a missing person is reported, it's the parents that call us. And so when we posted this story, I think people immediately knew that something was fishy.
Eventually, the FBI was brought in to help, and the story started to spread far beyond eastern Idaho.
You have 2 children who have vanished, and their mother, beautiful blonde Lori Vallow Daybell, doesn't seem interested in finding her own children. Immediately, the nation was captivated by this story.
JJ's grandparents, Larry and Kay Woodcock, were the first to sound the alarm. The Woodcocks had a special relationship with JJ.
JJ was in neonatal ICU, NICU, because he was born 2 pounds and 14 ounces, and he was 10 weeks premature. He was our baby from, just instant fall in love. That's what you do with grandkids. You just fall in love immediately.
JJ was adopted by Charles and Lori Vallow when he was 1. But before that, he lived with his grandparents, Kay and Larry.
He's autistic, so there's, they have issues.
Charles and Lori got him and had him in the special schools. His intelligence level was unbelievable.
Even though JJ went to live with Charles and Lori, the Woodcocks, Kay and Larry, were still a major part of JJ's life. The 3 of them would often talk on the telephone and FaceTime.
Charles Vallow died in July of 2019. After he passed, the Woodcocks and Lori had a falling out. But Larry and Kay still desperately wanted to see or at least talk to JJ. But Lori had essentially cut off communication.
I was emailing her and begging her, please, we will fly to Arizona, we will fly to wherever you are, give us an hour with him.
The fallout between Lori and the Woodcocks was partially over money, $1 million. Before Charles Vallow died, he switched the beneficiary to his life insurance policy from Lori to his sister Kay.
I didn't ask for that. He did it because he knew we were going to end up with JJ.
Yeah.
Or so he thought.
After Charles died, Lori essentially cuts out Larry and Kay from JJ's life. And remember, this little boy means the world to the Woodcocks. Eventually, they become so frustrated that they contact the Chandler, Arizona Police Department.
That call from Larry and Kay Woodcock would set off what would become a months-long search for JJ and his sister Tylee. Police tracked down the children's mother, Lori, in Rexburg, Idaho, where she'd been living for nearly 3 months. There was no sign of JJ or Tylee, but Lori wasn't living alone. Her brother, Alex, had also moved to Rexburg at the same time and was renting a unit in the same complex. And in the apartment next door to Lori, her niece, Melanie Boudreau, who had come to Rexburg along with Alex and Lori, leaving her children behind in Arizona.
Lori, Lieutenant Ball, Police Department, how are you? You got a minute?
This is a recording of the first and only interaction between Lori and police, talking about the whereabouts of her children.
Are you all alone, or is that help? Or?
My brother's here.
So JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Lori would tell police that JJ was with a woman named Melanie Gibb, and his sister Tylee was off at college. Then she started to ramble.
It is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here, obviously. He's kind of my protector.
She even brought up Kay Woodcock and the $1 million.
What happened was my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right? To his sister, who got $1 million when he died, and we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, and all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing.
That day, police also had a strange interaction with Lori's new husband, Chad Daybell, who at first claimed he didn't know Lori's phone number. It was obvious that something was wrong. So the next day, police returned with a search warrant, but Lori and her new husband, Chad, were gone.
There was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. Everything had been taken off the hangers, and there was no clothes in the dresser drawers.
Chad and Lori are gone, and it's clear that they left in a hurry. So for detectives, there's a new level of urgency for this matter, but they had no idea how twisted this case was about to become.
Coming up, Lori tracked down in Hawaii.
Where are your kids?
No comment.
No comment? They've been missing for 4 months. You have nothing to say?
Plus, Lori's new husband, Chad Daybell.
Living on the edge of heaven, where I tell more about my 2 near-death experiences and how that prompted me to write my novels.
And frustration grows.
But tell us where the kids are. Kids, y'all know that I love you. I want you home more than I want to breathe.
By the first week of December 2019, just days after the unsuccessful welfare check on 7-year-old JJ Vallow, an all-out search was underway for both JJ and his older sister, Tylee Ryan. The children's mother, Lori Vallow, who told police that JJ was in Arizona and Tylee was in college, had vanished, along with her new husband, Chad Daybell.
We attempted several times to get a hold of Lori, and her cell phone was shut off. We attempted to get a hold of Chad and never gotten any return phone calls. And in fact, they retained an attorney and refused to answer any questions.
Investigators quickly determined that Tylee was never enrolled in college, and Lori's Arizona friend, Melanie Gibb, who originally lied to police, she confessed, saying she never had JJ. She was only covering for her friend Lori.
She told me that the police had been there asking for JJ, and that she told the police that I had JJ, that I was at a movie called Frozen.
Weeks would go by with no significant leads, and by early January, concern for the children's safety was growing. Larry and Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandparents, were doing everything they could to keep the story alive.
Please, for God's sake, please step up. These are beautiful young children. We want them back.
This is Colby Ryan, Lori Vallow's oldest son and Tylee Ryan's half-brother. Unable to get a hold of his mother, he posted an emotional plea to Lori on YouTube.
I'm your son. I would never want anything to happen to you, and I would never want anything to happen to Tylee and JJ ever. I know you know the right thing to do is, and I know that you have a good heart, so I know that it's time to do the right thing.
Lori Vallow is on her 5th marriage. Her 3rd marriage to Joseph Ryan, Tylee's father, ended in 2004. Joseph Ryan died in 2018 of an apparent heart attack. Lori's 4th husband, Charles Vallow, was a stabilizing force. Married for 15 years, Lori and Charles adopted JJ together and helped raise Tylee and Colby. Kay Woodcock is Charles Vallow's sister.
So it was just a family unit, and we were part of the unit, and we loved each other.
If somebody 2 years ago would have said, this is what's going to happen with Lori, I would have never believed it. Kay would have never believed it.
As the search for the kids and Lori and Chad continued in mid-January, Nate Sunderland, managing editor of the East Idaho News, says they started getting a few tips that Lori and Chad might be in Hawaii, a place Lori was very familiar with. She and Charles lived on the island of Kauai for a few years with JJ and Tylee.
The police were going to go there, and they were going to try to either make an arrest or try to force the issue of coming back to eastern Idaho. We were able to go.
Did you do something to your children? Are your children still alive? That's a simple question. I've got 3 kids of my own. I can tell you every minute where my kids are at. Where are your children?
The video of Nate Eaton with East Idaho News questioning Chad and Lori immediately went viral, and it infuriated everyone who watched it, because here's this mother who just didn't seem to care about where her children were.
Listen, just tell people what's happening. There's people around the country praying for your children, praying for you guys. Why don't you give us answers?
That's great.
That's great. That's great that they're praying for you, praying for your kids. What? You have nothing to say?
With Lori and Chad now located in Hawaii, prosecutors back in Idaho came up with a plan to bring Lori back by filing a child protection order.
It instructed her to bring her minor children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare within 5 days of being served.
And there's body camera video of Lori being served with that order. She and Chad are sitting outside, laying next to the swimming pool. Do you need something?
Any questions? Do you have any questions for that?
Lori's in her bikini. Chad has his shirt off. They sure don't look like two people worried about missing children. And the book sitting next to Lori is called Visions of Glory, and it's about the end of the world.
A few weeks later, with still no sign of Tylee and JJ, Lori Vallow was taken into custody by Hawaiian police.
Was transported here to the Kauai Police Department headquarters and booked into our cell block, where she stayed until she got taken to her court appearance earlier this morning.
First of all, Ms. Vallow, do you understand that a demand has been made for your surrender by the state of Idaho?
Yes. Lori's first court appearance in Hawaii was short. The judge set her bail for $5 million, and it was in front of a full courtroom. Sitting there in the second row in a white shirt, blue tie, her new husband, Chad Daybell.
Chad was there again in early March when Lori made her first court appearance back in Madison County, Idaho, wearing red lipstick and an orange and white jumpsuit. Also there, Larry and Kay Woodcock and Lori's son, Colby.
My whole plan is to try to go figure out a way to actually speak with her and, be able to get in front of her and just ask her son, just try to plead with her. Ask her where Tylee and JJ are. It can't be that hard to answer.
Colby Ryan was able to confront his mother in a very emotional phone call.
You think you can hide from me? Probably because you murdered my siblings. That's probably why I'm talking to you. Maybe you should understand.
I didn't. I'm sorry that you felt that way.
You didn't do anything, right?
You weren't there. So
You're right. I wasn't there. I was kept.
That's right. And one day, you will know.
Murder.
One day,
Murder.
you will know what actually happened.
You're right. You know what?
And we all will stand there with
everything.
We will fight.
You're absolutely right. He will convict the people who act in his name with pure blasphemy. Is this funny? This is funny.
Coming up, 2 dead spouses. Chad Daybell's wife mysteriously dies just days before his marriage to Lori. Plus, Lori's ex-husband, Charles.
So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threaten me, murder me, kill me.
A Wisconsin woman accused of killing her friend with eye drops.
And then defrauding her for over $250,000.
The state believes this defendant has evidenced her capacity to take advantage of at-risk individuals.
Was the victim trying to commit suicide, or was she murdered for money?
The Eye Drops murder trial. Live coverage next week following jury selection on Court TV.
In March 2020, Lori Vallow was back in Rexburg, Idaho. Her Hawaiian beach clothes replaced with an orange and white jumpsuit. Her husband, Chad, still by her side, supporting her during court appearances. Meanwhile, investigators still had no idea where her children were, and frustration over Lori and Chad's refusal to produce Tylee and JJ was starting to boil over.
I only have one question. Where are the kids?
At this point, it had been months since anybody had seen JJ or Tylee, and it sure didn't look like their mother or her new husband seemed to care.
While Rexburg police and the FBI were doing everything in their power to find Tylee and JJ, police in Chandler, Arizona were investigating Lori for another reason, the death of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow.
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense. And is he hurt or is he alive or? Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving.
That's Lori's brother, Alex Cox, calling 911 in July of 2019, saying he had just shot and killed his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow.
You know, no weapons? No weapons on me. All right, come on out this way.
When police arrive, they find Alex by himself at Lori's newly rented home.
I'm gonna have you have a seat right here on the curb.
Inside is Lori Vallow's fourth husband, Charles, dead on the living room floor.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
Alex told the officers that Charles came after him with a baseball bat, saying it all started between Lori and Charles and that Tylee brought out a bat.
And then your niece pulls out a bat?
Well, it wasn't her. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and then he took it away.
Alex said Lori and Tylee left to take JJ to school, and it was then that Charles came after him with that bat.
I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. So I went to my room and got my gun.
You went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
You always bring a gun?
I would concealed carry always.
Then Lori and Tylee show up.
Hi, who are you? Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me again.
And the wife just showed up as well.
And I said, I want you to put that bat down, and he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Lori's brother Alex is sitting on the curb telling the police this story, but there is no emotion in his voice. He just killed another person, but he doesn't seem fazed at all.
Then it was Lori's turn to talk to the police.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi, neighbor, sorry.
The story of what happened to Charles and Alex and Lori's demeanor was suspicious. An investigation was immediately launched. Larry and Kay Woodcock didn't believe it for a second.
That was the most bull story that I have ever heard in my life. That was a setup, absolute setup murder for hire.
Remember, Kay is Charles Vallow's sister. She knew that Charles and Lori were having problems. Charles had recently made Kay the beneficiary to his $1 million life insurance policy, which Lori was about to find out.
She ran across, I imagine she was searching for the change of beneficiary form in Charles's file she had in Arizona. And she took a picture of it and she said, 5 kids and no money, and his sister gets everything. That was the last interaction with Lori.
Yeah, last communication.
Lori's ex-husband's death wasn't the only one being investigated. In Idaho, the death of Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy, was also raising suspicion.
Tammy Daybell was a 49-year-old woman in good shape. She was an avid runner, and suddenly she passes away in her sleep.
Chad and Tammy Daybell were married for 28 years before Tammy's death.
They had 5 children. They lived out in little old Salem. He held religious positions in the LDS ward. They were kind of the quintessential Latter-day Saint couple.
Together, Chad and Tammy started a book publishing company. Chad was a prolific writer, authoring more than 30 books, most of them about his past visions and the end of times. Like-minded authors like Chad and Tammy's friend Julie Rowe used the Daybell's publishing company for their books. After Tammy's death, something Chad told Julie about a vision that his wife would die now seemed suspicious.
I did ask him, Chad, do you still see Tammy dying? And he said, yes, I do.
Also suspicious, Chad declined to have an autopsy performed on his wife, and there was his behavior at Tammy's funeral.
He recited many things that were not asked for. And concerning the details of her death. He told us what happened to her that morning. He told us that she had since been to visit him and is helping him set affairs in order, giving him direction on how to handle certain children and their future and even where they should live, what schools they should go to. He told us all this in just the space of 2 minutes.
At the funeral, he didn't stay there very long. He was upbeat. He was talking to members of the family like nothing was wrong. It didn't seem like it didn't seem like it mattered all that much.
Most disturbing, however, just 10 days after Tammy's death, Chad was on a beach in Hawaii marrying his new wife, Lori. Coming up, Lori and Chad.
I think she did a bit of chasing. She was like a Chad groupie. And I think he likes that attention.
And the dark turn of Chad and Lori's religious predictions.
Says, I'm Nick Snyder. I've taken over Charles's body. And Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow.
On November 5th, 2019, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow exchanged wedding vows on a beach in Hawaii. Chad's wife, Tammy, of 28 years, had only been dead for 2.5 weeks, which, for friends and family back in Idaho, was difficult to comprehend.
Chad marries this woman who is beautiful. She's blonde, she's thin, she's very athletic. It was bizarre that his wife would just die and that he'd hook up with someone so quickly.
Chad, who according to court records received $430,000 in life insurance money, tried to explain his wife Tammy's death to Lori's friend Melanie in a phone call she recorded.
Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, but she hates doctors, and she just passed away.
And there was something else about Tammy's death that didn't seem right.
Lori used her dead husband, Charles's Amazon account to purchase matching wedding rings. But this is 17 days before Chad's wife, Tammy, is dead. She clearly knows that Tammy is about to die.
Chad and Lori's beach wedding came just over a year after they first met at a religious conference. Lori's friend, Melanie, was also there. Chad was a featured speaker.
He talked about the different visions he had of what he saw was going to happen in the last days.
Chad's visions, which he claimed started after a near-death diving accident when he was a teenager, made him a celebrity of sorts within a small community of like-minded Mormons that believed the end of the world was imminent.
I've recently released my autobiography entitled Living on the Edge of Heaven, where I tell more about my 2 near-death experiences.
He would have meetings at people's homes where he would sort of promote his books. He would usually have 20, 30 people. He would just talk about the ideas in his books and what he saw in visions. And they were enjoyable to listen to, and I felt they were genuine.
The LDS faith accepts that some people have visions, and Chad let it be known to anyone who would listen that he was one of those special people, that he could see the future and the past.
According to Lori's friend Melanie, Lori and Chad had an instant connection and started communicating and seeing each other to discuss religion and Chad's visions. In December of 2018, they were featured together in a religious podcast.
We're gathering together as saints, as brothers and sisters, and preparing for the second coming of Christ.
It was obvious to Melanie Gibb that there was some chemistry between Chad and Lori, and that they had a relationship that went beyond just they're doing podcasts together and discussing the end of the world.
Over the next few months, Lori was also starting to have visions, and Chad told friends that he had lived several past lives on different planets and that he and Lori had actually been married before.
The way he described it was that his veil was more open than it had been, and he started remembering some of his past lives.
Then in early 2019, Chad and Lori's beliefs, according to friends, started getting darker and stranger, including visions that certain people around them had turned into zombies, their bodies taken over by evil forces. One of those people was Lori's husband, Charles Vallow.
Her religious stuff is gone way off the deep end. Okay. Just way off.
Charles was so concerned about Lori's behavior, he contacted police, telling officers that Lori believed he, Charles, had been taken over by a zombie named Nick Schneider.
I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad. Lately, she's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm not going to get my priesthood power. She has priesthood blessings.
Charles also told the officers that Lori had told him that she had special powers and that in a past life she had been married to the angel Moroni, the figure seen holding a trumpet on top of many LDS temples.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past.
You think she's what?
We're married to Moroni, the top of the temple.
Angel LDS.
And she knows when the second coming is happening next year, so does the prophet. It's scared the crap out of her.
Okay.
6 months later, Charles Vallow was dead. Coming up, Alex Cox.
A lot of people believe that Alex Cox is the family hitman. Lori and Chad would decide who needed to die, and Alex made it happen.
As the bodies start piling up, one person seems to be connected to them all.
He believes that Alex Cox was the person who fired that shot.
By early March 2020, Tylee and JJ had been missing for nearly 6 months. Lori was in jail. Chad was back in his family home in eastern Idaho. Neither one were talking. Investigators released these photos showing Tylee, JJ, Lori, and Lori's brother Alex Cox. The images were taken on September 8th at Yellowstone National Park. They were the last evidence of Tylee alive. The FBI was now asking for anyone who was at the park that same day to check their photos and send them to investigators.
This message from the FBI that, they wanted more information for the public, it was very evident that there was a lot of information about this case that maybe they couldn't quite piece together.
What investigators did know was the last day both Tylee and JJ were last seen. And on both days, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, was there. He's there in the Yellowstone photos on September 8th, and he was also there the last time JJ was seen on September 22nd. This is doorbell camera video of JJ running, captured on September 17th. The next week, on the night of the 22nd, Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, was visiting Lori. She brought her boyfriend, David Warwick. The three were recording a religious podcast when Alex Cox walked in with JJ.
He was staying with Alex, and Alex brought him home and carried him to bed.
But the next morning, both Alex and JJ were gone, and the explanation that Lori gave was bizarre, saying her son had turned into a zombie.
She said that he was being a zombie and climbed up on the cabinets, climbed up on top of the fridge, smashed her picture of Christ down, and then climbed up onto the upper cabinets and got between the top of the cabinet and the ceiling. I asked to see him, and she just said that he was out of control, so she had Alex come and get him.
Remember, it was Alex Cox that killed Lori's fourth husband, Charles Vallow. claiming it was self-defense.
He came at me, and I shot him to stop him.
There was another incident possibly connected to Alex Cox in early October of 2019. Melanie Boudreau, Lori's niece, who moved to Rexburg at the same time as Lori and Alex, her soon-to-be ex-husband Brandon says somebody tried to kill him.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Brandon had dropped off his kids, and he was coming back from the gym to his house. And as he pulled up to the curb, a shot came from a nearby Jeep that was parked on the opposite side of the street.
The bullet hit Brandon's Tesla, missing his head by a few inches. The shooter's Jeep with Texas plates was registered to Lori Vallow's ex-husband, Charles, who at the time had been dead for more than 2 months. Brandon says he didn't get a good look at the shooter, but believes he knows who it was.
He believes that Alex Cox was the person who fired that shot. He knew that Alex Cox was kind of the family hitman, and he just fairly quickly came to the conclusion that it was Alex Cox.
Around the same day Brandon was shot at, Lori was seen with an unidentified male loading a spare tire and what appears to be a vehicle seat in and out of a Rexburg storage unit. Also in October of 2019, another suspicious shooting, possibly tied to Alex Cox. 10 days before Chad's wife, Tammy, mysteriously died in her sleep, she called 911 to report that she'd been shot at in her driveway by a man wearing a mask. She thought maybe it was a paintball gun, but now authorities investigating Tammy's death aren't so sure.
While Tammy Daybell believed that someone tried to shoot her with a paintball gun, the investigators thought it was actually Alex Cox sent there by Lori and Chad to murder Tammy.
12 years before Alex killed Lori's fourth husband, Charles, he served 3 months in a Texas jail for attacking Lori's third husband, Joseph Ryan. According to the police report, Alex Cox used a stun gun on Joseph Ryan and threatened to kill him while accompanying Lori during a child custody exchange. Alex would actually joke about it years later during an open mic comedy routine.
You ever had something that you knew was the right thing to do, but it turns out that later on it was a felony?
Alex Cox was a possible suspect in Charles Vallow's death, Tammy Daybell's death, the shooting of Brandon Boudreau, and the disappearances of both Tylee and JJ. Of course, the connection between Alex Cox and all of these people was his sister Lori.
They had a very, very close relationship. When they moved to Rexburg, he was in the same apartment complex. And we know that he also believed the same sort of religious things that Lori was believing.
Then on December 12th, 2019, another 911 call. Someone else was dead.
911, where's your emergency?
I need an ambulance. I have a older male here named Alex. He's just passed out here on my bathroom. I think he's passed out.
Okay, you think he's unconscious?
Yes.
On the same day that investigators were exhuming the body of Tammy Daybell, Alex Cox mysteriously ended up dead. The official cause of death was a pulmonary embolism. The children were still missing, and now one of the main suspects in their disappearance was gone. Coming up, a major break.
Throughout the investigation, detectives and investigators have recovered what's believed to be human remains.
Chad Daybell under arrest after Tylee and JJ are found buried in his backyard.
They dug a little bit more around the round object, which appeared to me to be the crown of a head.
As spring turned to the summer of 2020 in Rexburg, Idaho, there was still no sign of the missing children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. It had been 8 months since they'd last been seen. Their mother, Lori Vallow, had been in jail since February, and her new husband, Chad Daybell, was not cooperating with police. The couple's bizarre religious beliefs included the thought that the end of the world was coming.
At this point, people thought JJ and Tylee were either dead or hopefully they were in some sort of end-of-the-world bunker being taken care of by Chad Daybell's followers.
Friends say Chad and Lori believed that not only was the end of the world coming, but when it happened, they would be leading the 144,000 chosen ones mentioned in the Bible.
So the book of Revelation has a chapter in which it talks about how when Jesus comes back to the earth, or in anticipation of that, then there will be 12,000 elders or members from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. And so when you do 12 times 12,000, that's how you get to 144,000.
Chad and Lori also believed that evil spirits had taken over the bodies of people around them, calling them zombies. Lori even told her friend Melanie Gibb that her own children, JJ and Tylee, were zombies. According to Melanie, Tylee had overheard her mother talking about it on the phone.
Tylee hears her mom say that she's a zombie, and according to Melanie Gibb, Tylee responds, "No, Mom, I'm not a zombie." How heartbreaking, because Tylee knows what it means to be a zombie in her mom's twisted head. It's incredibly sad.
Then, on June 9th, almost 9 months to the day after Tylee was last seen, Rexburg police and the FBI served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's home. They'd searched the property before during the winter when the ground was frozen. Now they were back, interested specifically in the backyard.
I observed the evidence response recovery team and also cadaver dogs working the entire backyard. So they worked the pond area, and then they had marked off other areas inside the backyard.
Something stood out in the pond area on the north side of the property. Fresh sod on top of several rocks. Beneath the rocks, some paneling.
As soon as they removed the paneling, I could smell the odor of a decomposing body.
It was JJ. The 7-year-old's body was buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, wrapped in plastic and duct tape.
And then as I cut through the white plastic, that's when the, possible human hair started coming out onto my hands. And that was the point where we determined this is human remains.
Then they started digging in a pet cemetery. They found Tylee, dismembered and burned.
They had located what would appear to be a mass of burnt flesh and charred bone.
Earlier that morning, before the remains were located, Chad Daybell was watching the evidence response team in his backyard when he received a call from the Madison County Jail. His wife, Lori, was calling to say hello.
Are you okay?
So there's such Arbery.
The house right now?
Yeah.
Why are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. I love you so much.
Thanks, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know.
After the phone call from Lori, Chad decided to take off. He was picked up and arrested by investigators immediately after they found the first set of remains.
Now both are in jail facing murder charges. Lori ends up being the first to go to trial. There were no cameras allowed inside. The courtroom was packed, and Larry and Kay Woodcock were there every day.
The defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, used money, power, and sex, or the promise of those things, to get what she wanted.
She was a kind and loving mother to her children. The evidence will show she had a particular interest in religion in the end of times.
The defendant told others that with the help of Chad, she could rate people as light or dark. And they evolved to, well, a person could be so dark or a spirit could be so evil that the person actually becomes a zombie. You can't cast a zombie out. But a common theme was the body had to be destroyed.
In order to make sure a demon doesn't come back, the body has to be destroyed in some way.
Correct.
Burning is one way.
Correct.
Is there anything about binding? I believe so.
So she had told you prior to the move to Rexburg that JJ, too, was being attacked by demons.
Correct. Right before she moved to Rexburg, she said that Tylee had been possessed by evil spirit or a demon.
We determined her cause of death to be the result of asphyxia, and her manner of death to be homicide.
Did Lori indicate whether or not she thought it was okay that they were engaging in intimate relations?
She did. She felt it was according to God's will.
You don't get married 4 weeks after you just buried your wife of almost 30 years. You just don't do that. And we found out it had only been 2 weeks after she had been buried.
From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow, I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours. It would likely lead to other activities. It would luckily lead to nakedness. Just grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the universe.
Are you aware of what some of the phrase, grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the earth, meant?
The word storm is the name they had given to Chad Daybell's penis.
The jury took 2 days to deliberate, and when they reached their verdict, you could hear a pin drop inside the courtroom. Lori stood up with her attorneys on both sides of her, but still didn't show any visible signs of emotion.
Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty.
Before Lori was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, she had something to say.
Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn, my children and Tammy.
In addition to the 3 life sentences for the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Lori Vallow also faces charges in Arizona in connection to the death of her husband, Charles.
Something was taken from us and from our friends and our family that obviously we can't replace. JJ and Tylee should have had an unbelievable life ahead of them. Lori is going to get and receive what she reaped.
Yeah.
She's going to have a miserable life.
I think she'll be in her hell on earth.
She made choices, and it was horrible choices. She has to say to herself some days, what was I thinking?
Shortly after her conviction, Lori Vallow Daybell filed an appeal asking for a new trial. As for Chad Daybell, he is facing murder charges for the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and his wife Tammy. He has pled not guilty. His trial is scheduled for the spring of 2024.
My 2 best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands, a Court TV original series. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.